You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 at 11 p.m. Today, as you can see, we're going to play a case from Mythos Tales. This is the H.P. Lovecraft-inspired spin-off of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Started off as a print-and-play fan-made case on Board Game Geek, and then ended up being published by a company called Eighth Summit and through Kickstarter. The case we're playing today is called Pascal's Wager. Was actually, if you look at the Kickstarter, you can see because this was funded, they wrote this extra case, the 8th case, and I've been saying this is the last case. It is the last case in the book. And if we take a look, we can see Pascal's Wager is the last case, actually written by two people who haven't written any of the previous cases we've played. Jason Maxwell and Benjamin Farr. I think those two were actually involved in the, if I'm correct, that they may have been involved in bringing Mythos Tales to final publication, not part of the original team, though. Yeah, so you can see that Hal Eccles and Will Kenyon are credited with creating Mythos Tales, and then at the end we get here Benjamin Farr editing and rewrites, and co-author of Pascal's Wager. So somehow Benjamin Farr and Jason Maxwell, who was the project manager, were part of the team that made this actually come to production, this set, this box. And then they ended up writing this final case. So it may feel a little bit different. And I'm going to read a little bit about why this case is described as slightly different than the rest of them, but we'll get to that in a minute. Anything else we should cover by way of bookkeeping? Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Will Greg be joining? No, Greg will not be joining. Greg was not a big fan of Mythos Tales, and Greg is busy jump-starting his board game channel, which will have some videos fairly soon, and I will, of course, tell you about them when they do go live. Harry says, there is a prologue case. It came with the Kickstarter, and I played that one. Okay, so that's interesting. That's right. I do have the Kickstarter version, and I have the prologue case. We do have another prologue case. Originally, I was thinking, oh, is this like a tutorial case and not really worth playing? But actually, it looks a little thin, but it's described as being extra long. So that makes me think that it is a real, fully fleshed out case. I'm very suspicious whenever there's some Kickstarter extra thing, because generally that means it wasn't, if it was good, it would have been in the full box. But I think we will end up playing that prologue case. And then there is a fan-made case that I've printed out and bound, so we will play that. So we actually have 2 more games of Mythos Tales to play before we're done. And I am feeling a little tinge of sadness that we are finishing Mythos Tales. For some reason, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, it feels like there are always more cases. Like, there are fan cases coming out. There's so many cases. It feels like, and we've played the big, long, standalone expansion boxes. It feels like there's plenty of that. But the Supernatural is very limited. And because Mythos Tales got lots of criticisms for the bugs, which I think we found are not that serious, and all of the experimental new mechanics they've tried, I really am going to be sad when we finish this up. I hope that that someone makes another box. And Tina says, I played a mystery dinner by Culinario Mortal. That's one of the companies that makes these mystery dinner. I'm going to be having a mystery dinner at my house with local friends here in early November. And Tina, how was that game? There's a couple of companies that make a lot. The companies that make these dinner party mystery games always make like a dozen. None of them only just do one. They're always, if they're going to do it, they've got a dozen different ones you can buy. And maybe I'll talk about them one day on the channel. But not today, but I am curious how it was. All right, what else should we catch up on? 2 days ago, I think on Monday, I had a little surprise unannounced stream where we played puzzle escape room game called Legend of the Yeti by a company, one of these subscription box companies called Conundrum Box. I had no expectations going in. It was quite good. The narrative was very well written. Little changes from Deadbolt and Escape the Crate, and it's always interesting to see those differences, but quite a good game. And so I think I'm going to try to catch up on some reviews at the end of this month, and maybe I'll do a review of talking about 3 of these companies that we've played one box each from: Escape the Crate, Finders Keepers, and now Conundrum Box. And I hope to have sometime in the next week review Dave Neal's box Perspectives, which you see on the shelf behind me there, that orange box there. I'm very interested to try it. It's got some new different ideas, limited communication, but I have to play it first before I can review it. What else should we talk about? Before Legend of the Yeti, we had a week-long playthrough of The Messenger, a very deluxe experience that was quite, felt like it was our headline of our October spooky games, a real marathon. But some difference of opinion there at the end. Some people fully bought into the atmospheric creepiness of it. Others were more critical of it. So I'm trying to do a review of that soon too. So we have another less than a week left for October to schedule our final creepy, spooky, atmospheric playthroughs. I think I'm going to be free to play a game on Halloween night and then on the weekend. So if you want to help decide which of the remaining games we play, stop by the Board Game Geek guild section for this channel. There's a link on the About page or the Discord. Jonathan is sort of has the final say on what we play, but maybe we'll try to get in one of our deluxe creepy games on Halloween night, maybe Witchery Spell. I was thinking we would play Root of All Evil, but it seems like that may be one of the most deluxe ones, but maybe can't be played in a session, so maybe we won't play it on Halloween, but maybe we'll play it on the weekend. Channel can decide. And I did want to make a special note to say that on Sunday we're going to be doing something really special that I hope you can join for. And that is that Sunday afternoons at 3 p.m. is when we've been doing our play-by-mail sessions and recently Dear Holmes. And I haven't gotten the last letter. Last week we finished up one case. And last week I mentioned an idea I had, which is that some viewer might write a case, send us our first letter, just like in the Dear Holmes format, first letter spelling out the case. We would, as a group, discuss it. And then they would take our thoughts and maybe our written suggestions of what we want followed up and custom write the subsequent letters based on watching our playthrough, either to make sure the mystery isn't as easy or doesn't conform to our theories, etc. And we've been taken up on the idea by Matt C. in the channel, who has already written the first letter. So, on Sunday, we will all gather here at 3 p.m. We will read the first letter of a mystery that hasn't been finalized yet, that will evolve based on our discussion and our suggestions, and we'll be able to write out whatever we'd like to do, and the recipient of the email, maybe Holmes, maybe Watson, will follow up on our requests, and we will get a custom second letter and so on until the case is finished. Very excited about, very experimental. I don't have high expectations for anything about it except that it will be a fascinating experiment. Okay, anything else before we dive into that after a 10-minute introduction here? Okay, so let's take a look at how Pascal's wager is described, because it is described a little differently than the rest. You never know with these games how much the author feels like the last case should be a special finale. If you play the Baker Street Irregulars box, Dave Neal's Green Space Cowboy Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective box, Dave Neal took very seriously the idea that the final case should be special. And it was indeed like a double-length, super long case that had extra stuff that touched on previous cases. I don't think that's going to be quite the case here, but it looks like there is a little bit of it. So let's see what we can read here. Okay, investigation complexity. For Investigation 8, players will have a new mentor, Pascal Fenton. It's up to the players to decide how well they trust their new mentor's honesty and integrity. Players have a full 6 days to investigate, if they wish to take that long. This case is of medium to hard difficulty, and it will require deduction, player discussion in order to complete successfully. The resolution of this investigation will be a little different from previous investigations, depending upon the path the players take. It is possible that players may reach and participate in a climactic ending. However, it is not necessary that players reach the climactic ending in order to answer enough questions to win. In fact, it is possible that it is more wise for players to finish early and answer the questions. It is up to the players to decide. If players successfully participate in the climactic ending, they will not suffer penalties for visiting excessive locations beyond those written in the solution. Also, there are multiple ideal paths, and Pascal will not be conducting the same investigation as the players. whatever that means. One ideal path will be presented to players at the end of the investigation. Furthermore, there are riddles in Investigation 8, as well as several paths leading to the climactic ending. It is not difficult to reach the climactic ending. However, a bit of deduction is needed in order to resolve the climax successfully. All the clues you need are presented clearly in the text. Well, we'll be the judge of that. It will likely be impossible for players to answer the riddles if they have not played the previous investigations. Choose your path wisely. Ask yourself, what would Armitage do? Good luck. So, first of all, I love that they're continuing this experimental nature of this box, of this set of cases. It's just remarkable that each case they're introducing new ideas. So this one, there's this climactic ending you could get to in various ways. It's not so hard to get there, but to solve it well, you need to use some deduction. Here they're mentioning explicitly riddles and previous cases. In fact, they say you're not even going to be able to solve this if you haven't played the previous cases. But that's a little troublesome because we have played all the previous cases, but a long time ago, some of them. So that's going to, and my memory isn't so great. And we've been tricked by this before, by these endings. So I'm very curious about this. This whole setup of how we have a new mentor that maybe we can't trust, and then he's on his own investigation. Remember that Pascal Fenton is one of our allies in this game. He's the occult specialist, and he's Armitage's rival. And Armitage is who is our normal mentor. So I wonder why Armitage is not available to help us here. Okay, and day 6, which is a fairly long case we're going to have. Before we read the introduction, I want us to also now see the introduction about the suggestion here. Let's read this for a second. Not all of it, but just a little bit. While finalizing the game, we rewrote parts of each mystery so the investigations all come together as a whole. Now look at this. You might meet people that will be a major thread in a future case. For the last mystery, Pasquale's Wager, there are riddles that will be impossible for you to solve if you have not played the previous cases. The riddles are difficult enough in isolation, so if you do decide to play an investigation out of order, at least be sure to designate the first mystery, A Grain of Evil, as your first investigation, and the last mystery, Pasquale's Wager, as your final investigation. The events of the last investigation will bring Mythos Tales to a grand climax, meant to be enjoyed more as an interactive experience than a strategic game, etc. Okay, so that makes me a little bit concerned that the first case is going to play an oversized role in this final one. And the first case we played a long time ago. So I think maybe we might read the epilogue, the solution to the first case, or skim it to remind ourselves how it went. And maybe if you haven't played that and plan to, or watch the playthrough, maybe you should skip that. What do you think about that? Or we could save it. Maybe I won't do it for people who might have spoilers, but I skimmed it already. So I'm a little more refreshed than I would otherwise be. So that's what we'll do. I'll save it. I've got a little memory of it. And if we need to, if it seems relevant, I'll circle back and we'll look at it. Okay, and it's maybe the case now that we need to look at those previous newspapers. So this might be a longish case. We'll see. I am excited about it. A little bittersweet that we're approaching the end of it. But this sounds like, the setup sounds like a case where I'm going to need help. I'm going to need help remembering the cases. If we want to remind ourselves to sort of refresh our memories, of the different cases, we could look at the table of contents here. So a grain of evil, woman is attacked in Uptown Park. Flesh and blood. I don't want to say anything about these because they're spoilers if I remind us about them, but maybe the best thing to do here is, since we're going to be talking about this case and connections to previous cases, maybe the smart thing to do here is to say that you shouldn't watch this stream if you plan to play the other cases by yourself or want to watch the other cases and be surprised. So in addition to the normal caveats that you shouldn't watch this stream if you want to play these games yourself later because you can only play through these once, you should probably assume that this stream is going to have spoiler discussions of our previous cases. I think the concerns about spoilers are overwrought. So if you just want to watch our previous streams later, I don't think us giving away some spoilers is going to ruin any of that. But if you think you might be wanting to play some of these cases on your own, you shouldn't watch this case. All right, so again, just to remind us, flesh and blood, the king cometh, the slumbering solace. This was the dream Arkham, serpent's vengeance. That was the snake creatures, the star of Tokelau. That was the weird theft of a jewel, the vanished girl, which is the one we just played, about the missing girl. The King Cometh was a play that was put on. Flesh and Blood, this was the one about the Necronomicon and the dirt and creature. And then Grain of Evil had to do with a cult of people and grain being used to have creatures be born or something. Okay. Anything else to catch up on the chat? How is everyone doing? Any interesting projects? I've been working on High and Low. It's not the fun part of it, but using a lot of ChatGPT to do some experiments. And I posted a 400-page PDF on the High and Low thread on Board Game Geek. That's the result of GPT-4 running for 20 hours, answering certain questions about each of the 35 neighborhoods, and then writing a script to collect those all into one PDF sort of neighborhood guide. If you want to get a look at how good the GPT stuff is, you could check that out. It's really quite remarkable. Matt says, going to Las Vegas this Sunday for a couple nights. That's exciting. And Tina's saying, I think maybe the reason it said to do it first is because it's easier for learning the core mechanics. Matt says, let's wait and see what the riddles are, and if we need to, we can go back. Okay. DJ Moneycut is suspicious of the claim that you don't suffer penalties for the extra leads. All right. If we're caught up, let us go to Pascal's wager. Okay. Pascal's wager. Look at this. Cthulhu in a church. Investigation 8, Arkham, Massachusetts, December 29th, 1940. Armitage tosses a small rubber ball into the air, catches it, and tosses it again. Agitated, you have a mind to snatch it and throw it out of the cab's window. There's nothing more I hate than a charlatan, Armitage yells. You accused him of overreacting to a gypsy's advertisement in the Advertiser. You had barely passed the threshold of his front door this morning when the 86-year-old ex-librarian shoved you back outside and ordered you to go hail a cab. Well, it's not like we haven't had our share of charlatans, cults, fanatics, and retired librarians, you say. Yes, I know you disapprove, but I'm an old man, and old men do as they please. I may be retired from the university. How long has it been now? 2 years, you answer. Yeah, but my mental faculties are as sharp as ever. Besides, I also need to visit French Hill for my bi-monthly haircut at the college barber shop. I became a frequent friend, or FF, as I like to say. Every 10th cut is free. You glance at Armitage's head, entirely bald except for wisps of hair on his neck. Stop gawking at me, he snaps. Arlo pulls over the cab and announces, Well, here's Seamus and Professor. And you know, you two sound like an old married couple, don't you? You pay Arlo. I probably turned it off last time. You pay Arlo and ask him to nicely stop calling you Seamus. Armitage wastes no time proving himself a curmudgeon. With cane in hand, he bustles quickly towards a parked caravan where a painted sign reads, Madame Waddley, fortune teller. Recognizing the Dunwich surname, you become genuinely angry with him and his childish tantrum. The events of Dunwich were over a decade ago. He should let it go. A woman dressed as a gypsy sits at a small round table, both hands covering a crystal ball, which she claims she can see despite her blindness. Armitage pronounces the woman a fraud. There's nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not let this woman take your hard-earned money. You're not surprised when the audience does not move. They've come for a show. Perhaps, old friend, we are not wanted here. Let's visit the museum, you say into Armitage's ear. Armitage pulls away from you angrily, flicking his wrist from your grasp and causing the rubber ball to fly out of his hand. If you didn't know better, it appeared to be purposefully thrown at the gypsy woman. Armitage oddly exclaims loudly at you. Once we're done here, I think you should go see Dr. Sutton to have your head examined. You must promise me. You feel a presence behind you and turn to face Pascal Fenton. He's grown feisty in his old age, wouldn't you say? Did you bring this woman here to instigate this? You yell. You created this Madame Waddley, didn't you? Pascal narrows his eyes and points to the stage. Armitage sits at the table having his fortune read. The gypsy holds both hands over her crystal. The audience is silent. You are Professor Henry Armitage, she says. And here's the drawing of Armitage sitting down at the fortune tower. They were saying that this was from some ad in the newspaper that he caught wind of this. Okay, you are Professor Henry Armitage, she says, her eyes closed. I see an important event in your life that haunts you to this day. You banished an evil, so why does Dunwich haunt you still, Henry? Armitage curses her. So, you know of stories from the newspaper. Everyone in this audience knows the Dunwich stories. Inside your inner left pocket, she continues, is a skeleton key. You keep it dear. It protects something of great value. You're shocked by this statement. If the gypsy is right, Armitage should be ashamed. Certainly doesn't still have a key to the restricted section of the university library. He may have convinced the faculty that he needed to keep it to check on the Necronomicon. He hasn't visited the library in over a year. No, you mutter as you walk onto the stage. Let's go now. The gypsy dramatically yells, Fire from the sky! Cities destroyed! Great destruction planned for this world. Could that be the price? Men cannot defeat gods, not without consequence. Perhaps you can get Pascal to reason with Armitage. He might listen if someone he despises gives a warning. Then the gypsy speaks again. You met him in your dreams. Do you have an answer for the dark man, Professor? He will speak with you here. Armitage astonishes you yet again by taking the gypsy's hand to help her stand. You look around at the crowd, trying to spot Pascal. Will Coffin is watching in fascination. Pascal, you call out just before you feel a sharp pain and fall to the ground. When you recover, Pascal is standing over you. Armitage and the gypsy are gone, and the crowd has dispersed. Pascal says, Oh, you were out for an hour. I searched for Armitage. This is a serious matter. You are going to need my help. I'd probably have that head of yours looked into first. You took a hard knock. You feel a sore spot on the top of your head. Did you have something to do with this? No, of course not. Here, I found this note and Armitage's house keys on the ground, or he dropped them on purpose. Pascal rattles the keys in front of your face. You definitely are not ready to tackle a mystery alone. You must come see me. Do not wait too long. We can't talk here. He pockets the keys and walks away. Inside your hand is the note. It reads, I know Armitage will not help us, but you likely will, knowing we have locked Armitage away somewhere to rot. How long can an old man survive? I will give you Armitage in return for what I need. And just for fun, I'll provide you a hint as his location. Just to give you a sporting chance, let's start with this little hint. What is Armitage's favorite flower? So this sounds like that's the end of the introduction, by the way. So this riddle, I see now what they have in mind. It seems like it's not even a riddle. It's sort of like look back over the last 150 pages that you've been playing and try to remember his favorite flower. That's really just a game of memory, it seems. I am not the right person for memory, but maybe we got lucky and have some people in the channel who are. That's our introduction. We can think about this later. I mean, we've got other things we can do. We don't have to answer this right away. We could go visit Pascal. Maybe we'll look for other things we might go. And then there's also the newspaper. Perry says, I don't recall the flower, but it is mentioned in the prologue. Okay, well, we haven't even played the prologue yet. And the prologue was only for Kickstarter people. So you might imagine also that you don't have to get all of these riddles. So we're not going to obsess about, we're not going to spend an hour searching for his favorite flower in our past cases if we don't remember it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's make some notes here, and then we'll check out we'll skim the newspaper. So, in our intro, we have a riddle. What is Armitage's favorite flower? Okay. And then we have a suggestion to visit Pascal, especially if he's going to be our mentor for this case. That seems like a good place to start. We've got his address because he's one of our allies. To remind you, here are our list of allies. So where's Pascal? There's Fenton Pascal, so we could visit him. We're told that he has keys and keys to the library, so we may want to stop by there. Anything else in the introduction leaving aside the newspaper, anything else mentioned? Yes. Okay. So Armitage says, go see Dr. Sutton to have your head examined. So it seems like it might be, don't peek at any of that. It seems like visiting Dr. Sutton might be a clue. Feels like Armitage knows something's going on here. But then they kidnapped him. I will provide you a hint as to his location to give you a sporting chance. Okay. Anything else that this introduction makes us think we should investigate? This woman is Watley, and we recognize her name, so you might expect we should check out the Watleys. If you'll remember, Watley is the guy in the Dunwich Horror and the stealing of the book. So, following that up makes some sense. So she's related to the Watleys. Interesting. Pascal, any other place or person mentioned in the introduction that we might want to visit? Library, Watley's, Dr. Sutton. I can't tell if the hint about Dr. Sutton was important for us or not. And then, of course, newspaper stuff. Let's see what the chat is saying. Pascal took the house keys as well. And Tina says he was working until he was 82 years old. Arkham's labor law is very strict. Moneycut says, how many places can there be that are named for flowers? But that's a good question. We could look through the directory just to see if something catches our eye. Jonathan reminds us we saw Will Coffin before we lost consciousness. That's right. Okay. Will Coffin. What was he doing? Who is Will Coffin? He's not one of our allies. We also met with Arlo, the cab driver ally. Who was Will Coffin? Will Coffin is watching you in fascination. Who is Will Coffin, though? Do we know what that is? John says, it also seems like Armitage had a rubber ball. Threw it out the window. Later, he somehow had it back. Obscure clue to a toy store? Seemed weird. How did he get it back? Did we throw it out the window? No, we said we thought about grabbing it and throwing it out the window, but we didn't. And then I'm just going to make a note here about Dunwich. This does seem like it's a story about he's obsessed with Dunwich. So anything related to the Dunwich horror case seems relevant to us. It says he flicked his wrist from he pulled away and the rubber ball flew out of his hand towards the gypsy. Okay, so let me put this away for a second. Let's spend some time looking at the newspaper for today. Okay, so December 29th, 1940. There were some previous newspaper articles about Dunwich. We might want to go looking for them. Thought for the day, keep your friends close and your enemies inside a glass jar on your shelf. Okay, let's see some of these cases, some of these articles. Okay, international article about London bombing and the Blitz. Okay, not related to our case, Shirley. Okay, some wanted ads. Let's look at this. Nathaniel Wingate Peasley is accepting tenants. Applicants should be of good moral character, be able to provide references, inquire in person. Arkham Sanatorium is hiring attendants and nurses for all shifts. Experience preferred but not required. On-the-job training available. Librarian assistant needed for university library. Must have excellent reading and writing skills. Apply in person at the Miskatonic University Library. Contact person Amelia Clark. Part-time employment needed for assistant, third shift, physical labor. No questions, please. No questions. Interested parties should contact H. West. Seeking used automobile, cash or trade, contact Dorothy Davis. Then we've got an advert on how to stop your kid from sucking its thumb with this little metal contraption. It's the Baby Alice thumb guard. Metal wire. Yeah, okay, I can see how that would work. A little international story. This is all, we're approaching World War II here, 1940s. President Roosevelt giving a radio address, the arsenal of democracy. Okay, this looks relevant to us. The Miskatonic Paranormal Society plans to visit the Unvisited Isle on December 31st. According to a statement given by one member, the Unvisited Isle has been the site of many strange occurrences and activities for years. We hope to get to the bottom of the rumors surrounding the island and come back with proof of paranormal activity, one member told the advertiser. Anyone interested in joining the Paranormal Society may attend their monthly meeting held on the first and third Wednesday of every month. Now, let me remind you, this is a perfect time to remind you, that Mythos Tales has a very strict time system. We start our case, this case, on Sunday, December 29th. So, in fact, some things are only available on certain days. So we may want to make a note that if they want to join them, the first and third Wednesday of every month. So the first Wednesday of January, this is when they're going to go. So if we're interested in that, like this is the one day we could go there. That seems very tempting. Although we've been tricked before by this newspaper stuff. But this seems very glaring to me. Okay, then we've got an ad here for Plymouth cars. Plymouth is the 1940 beauty, and America's excited over the luxury ride. Massachusetts 4-H Club to clean the river. Beginning in January, members of the Massachusetts 4-H Club will begin a monthly program to beautify the Miskatonic River. The youths of this organization will dedicate a day each month to trash pickup along the banks of the Miskatonic. The 4-H Club counts the community service among its many social work projects and hopes to expand its presence. Is this another date thing? Beginning in January. So you might think that actually this is also the 4-H cleanup would be happening in January. If we want to visit them, maybe they're going to find something in the river. Okay, let's keep going here. Rash of burglaries plagues Arkham. A recent string of burglaries have taken place throughout the city over the past week. Residential properties seem to be the target of these crimes. Inspector Garrison, who we can meet with, could not be reached for comment, but a source at the Arkham Police Department claims they are hard at work to apprehend the culprit or culprits. Okay, maybe a reason to talk to him. Maybe they're related to our case. What's this? The Order of the Rising Star. Are you concerned about your future? The Order of the Falling Star is seeking members who are committed to providing the world with a bright, shining future. Contact the Order of the Rising Star today and shine with us. Meet with us at the First Baptist Church. Okay, that seems like we might want to check it out. A little bit of a typo here. First, the Order of the Falling Star, and then Rising Star. But let's make some notes for our newspaper here. So we've got the unvisited isle on January 1, a Wednesday. That's a newspaper. Sorry, that's a newspaper article that's of interest to us. Then we've got the 4-H River cleanup in January. Then we've got the burglaries, which Garrison would know about. We rarely visit Garrison. The police department just seems like they're not in on things enough for us. And then we've got the Order of the Rising Star, and they're at the First Baptist Church. Okay. The chat, Jonathan says, Fortune Tower mentions skies will fall, and there is the group called the Falling Rising Star. That is very interesting. I mean, we were going to want to visit them anyway, but that's a great point. And so let's make a note here. Fortune Tower, sky fall. Okay. Now, Jonathan seems to correct me on something that's very important. Will Coffin is at the Shady Diner. How do we know that? He's not an ally, is he? Did I miss that he's... Oh, yes, you're right. I did. Okay, good catch. William Coffin is, in fact, an ally. I'm not sure we've ever visited him in any of our previous cases. He's an informant. He may have seen what happened to us. Okay, so good. That might be someone we want to go to. Now, Jonathan was saying something important. Jonathan was saying they actually plan to visit the Isle on the 31st. Is that true? Let me read this again. Well, you're absolutely right. Boy, this would have gotten us in trouble if I had come on the next day and they had already went. So it actually says explicitly they're visiting the Isle on December 31st. So it's actually not here. It's here. So if we want to join them, then we want to go there on Tuesday, the 31st. We hope to get to the bottom. And then they have their meetings. Anyone interested in joining first and third Wednesday? Okay, so they're actually going to the unvisited Isle on December 31st, and then they have their meetings on Wednesdays. All right. All right, and keep your eye open for someone with one of these tattoos. Committed to providing the world with a bright, shining future. That sounds suspicious. Okay, let's look at this. This was happening at our last case too. It seems like it's continuing. Arkham's own Miskatonic University is announcing several renovations to its campus. In addition to updating several offices and classrooms, the university will be adding a new greenhouse for the science department. According to a university source, office renovations will be completed later this week, while the new greenhouse, a former warehouse, will be completed later this month. We want to make sure that the university grows with the community, Professor Dyer from the biology department says. Our commitment to our students and higher learning is reflected in the care we take with our campus and resources. Okay, mention of Professor Dyer from biology. So if we need to talk to someone from biology department, maybe that's who we visit. Birth announcement. Austin and Mary Baker are pleased to announce the birth of their daughter, Susan. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Baker. Policeman Baker will stay on the job, but will be making frequent visits home to check with the wife and new baby. Congrats to them both, okay? We learn about a policeman named Baker, but that's it. Okay, got some trades articles here. Taxidermist Anthony Ritter open for business. Discount poinsettias at Florence Flowers. Is this our reference to Armitage's favorite flower shop? low quantity, don't delay, come see us. Protect yourself and your family in the new year. Visit Glynn's Gunsmiths for your personal protection. Remember, the setup to this case says you're going to have a finale maybe, and you got to do the right thing. Are we going to need a gun? Should we go pick up a gun here? Give yourself a new look for the new year. Come to Miss Fanny's Beauty Parlor for a stunning new you. Is there a reason Armitage was getting his hair cut, and is this where he went? Do we remember what was that him telling us something? Remember he said he was going to get his hair cut, and we thought that was like a joke because he's bald. French Hill for my bi-monthly haircut at the college barber shop. I guess that's not that. I am going to add that to our first list, though. French Hill College barber shop. Just in case Armitage was giving us a clue, although this game seems to punish you for going to places you shouldn't. Aha, okay, and here's the ad that Armitage saw that made us go to confront her. You have most likely seen Madame Wadley, psychic and spiritualist, in French Hill this week, as her readings have been drawing a crowd. Madame Wadley is performing seances, reading fortunes, and providing advice to Arkham citizens. Madame Wadley will be in town through next Friday. Okay, in French Hill. And then lastly, our last article in the paper says, to the editor, I have been an avid reader of the Advertiser for several years, and it has come to my attention that the owners and writers of the paper have been taken over by a malign power. Seemingly innocent mentions in the daily edition of the paper are riddled with sinister underpinnings, all leading to a dire conclusion. We are already seeing the result of these innocent musings of the Advertiser. Death and destruction in our fair town, cults appearing with no warning, war erupts in Europe, and us to join it soon, if the signs are right. This is the culmination of the disastrous path set before us by Arkham's University. Why is there a restricted section in a public university library? What horrors are being released by these dangerous writings? As of today, I will no longer be reading the Advertiser, and I will instead be getting my news from the Innsmouth Gazette. I'd like to encourage all readers to abandon this hateful rag and join me. We must be prepared for our final doom, and I refuse to let the Advertiser drag me to the depths of hell from whence its owners came. Okay. All right, so that's our December 29th paper. Little thing here about the weather. Forecast slight chance of rain in the evening. Low temperature of 36. I think we're going to take a break after we finish reading the newspaper. But before we do, I just want to quickly look for any previous stories about the Watley Dunwich stuff. So here was the 1937 paper. Not much. I don't see anything there. Let me just quickly glance through our previous papers so we have some idea of this 1930. Let's go in reverse chronological order. 1929, 1929, 29, 29, okay. 1930. I know we had some Dunwich stories somewhere. Innsmouth, maybe they were Innsmouth stories. Caves. Sleepwalking. Father Murtagh, who disappeared. That was an interesting story. I'm not sure we have ever solved that. Dreaming. That was all about the nocturne dreaming. River dock smuggling. Woman attacked in Upton Park. French Hill stuff. This was the people were killed. One at French Hill, where we are. Night Watchman dead at the Miskatonic University. Okay, so nothing jumping out. What about the paper from 3 years ago? These were the disappearing kids. The animal attack. All right, so I don't see any more Dunwich stories. Somehow I thought I remembered one, but maybe it was an Innsmouth story. More people still having bad dreams. All right. Not too bad. One candidate for flowers. Let me write that one down. So Florence flowers. Those were poinsettias. If we decide that Armitage's favorite flower was the poinsettia, then we know who to go visit. Okay. We haven't made our first move yet, but we've gone through the entire newspaper. We've written our ideas. Let's do our last check-in with the chat. Fortune Tower mentions skies will fall, and there's a group called Falling Rising Star. Yeah, that's a good lead. All right, so what we'll do is we'll take our first break here before we actually get into this case. If you think you might want to buy Mythos Tales on your own, it's not for sale anymore from the publisher, but copies do come up on eBay occasionally. Then you might want to stop watching and go back or watch the previous streams we've done. If you're going to stick with me and try to solve this, we'll be back in 8 minutes to get started. See you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back playing Case 8 of Mythos Tale, Pascal's Wager. We might want to keep that in the back of our mind, Pascal's Wager. We don't know what that refers to yet. And just to remind you, we're in French Hill. We're in this area here. And we have to decide our first place to go. I think logically, Pascal Fenton seems like perhaps the most logical place to go. He has keys to the library, and he was a witness to whatever happened to us, potentially. And we're going to have to go to him eventually. So surely we should go to him first. And Tina says, Pascal's wager is a philosophical proposition. What is Pascal's wager spelled differently? Then what is Pascal's wager? What's the history of it, the real Pascal's wager? Maybe that illusion will help us solve this case. All right, I'm going to have us go to Pascal first. Benton Pascal is in L4. So we're going to go to L4 first. Okay, so morning of Sunday, December 24th, 29th, we're going to go to L4. Harry says we should also visit Madame Watley. Well, that's a good point. Do we know where we can visit Madame Watley? It just says she's in French Hill. We could look up Madame Watley. It doesn't tell us exactly where she'll be, though, although the introduction had us, let's see, parked caravan. The cab driver took us there to the parked caravan. Doesn't tell us exactly where she is, though. Okay, L4, though. We're going to talk to Pascal. Let's see what we've got here. If you arrive on or before day 2, read the encounter below. If you arrive after day 2, you find Pascal is not home and you may not read below. There's a note informing you you can find him at Mr. Manning's. Okay, that seems like it gave away information we shouldn't need to know. But I'm going to write down here, Pascal before day 2. In other words, the first 3 turns of the game, if you come here, you get this. You find Pascal's home is in a cluttered state. It has recently been burgled. Of course, Pascal tells you that Armitage's keys were taken during the robbery. You're not sure why you think you can trust him, other than the fact that Armitage worked with Pascal when necessary. Instead of asking you about his well-being, you get straight to the point. What do you know about all of this? Where is Armitage? Pascal sits opposite you, sipping a brandy, legs crossed. He replies, I had nothing to do with Armitage's disappearance. I have no ill will toward him. I didn't start this feud between us. It was Armitage who always sat in judgment of me. And my fine new pupil, do not sit in judgment of me and follow in Armitage's footsteps. We all should sit in judgment of wicked men, you respond. Pascal takes another sip of brandy. Who was the author who wrote that nothing is good or bad except when judged from an absurdly limited point of view? A bad author, I would say. He laughs. Well, perhaps. Let's get to business then, shall we? I need you for something I cannot do myself, and we both would like to save Armitage. My insiders tell me of a new order in town, and I cannot seem to infiltrate this order. You should be unknown to them. I wager that I can find Armitage before you, so I should be assigned that job. This in turn frees you to conduct a task for me. I want you to become a member of this order and get into one of their nightly rituals. I doubt Lyman can help with this, but you never know. You might want to keep the silver twilight in your thoughts. Once you're inside, I will provide further instructions. Are you willing to bet on the life of your longtime friend and mentor and place a little trust in me? You may choose to ignore my request, but that may place everyone, not just Armitage, in danger. We need a person on the inside. So you ask that I leave to you the rescue of Armitage, despite my lack of trust in your motives? And if you do save him, what do I get to save? Arkham? You think for a moment. Two on the path are better than one. So you tell Pascal what he wants to hear, mostly. Agreed. However, if I find that you are responsible for his abduction, the police will be locking me up, not you. You won't be alive to go to jail. Pascal smiles. He knows you're serious. Very well, we are agreed. If you are tempted to look for your friend, remind yourself that a small army of investigators in hidden places is at my disposal. Your time is better spent on the task I've given you. I will share with you anything I find. At present, I don't know much, but I can at least prove to you that I am at work already. For example, did you notice when Armitage tossed the ball at the gypsy woman? It was a test. The so-called blind woman dodged the ball. Did you not see? Armitage was already suspicious. So, you say? Then Armitage took her hand, not the other way around. He wanted to touch her skin to confirm. The woman's hands, even from a distance, appeared very soft and young. She was, in fact, a young woman, probably in her mid-20s, and I believe she was a paid actress. Can you think of anyone in Arkham who can tell us about an actress hired to play a gypsy? Anyone who runs in those circles? Well, I can, and I will look into the matter. You see, I have my part covered. I'm not surprised Armitage's keys were taken from me, but there should still be a way to get inside his home without them. I will look into that as well. If you need to talk to me again, come by Mr. Manning's downtown, but don't come too soon. I may not be there for a day or two. Just come if you get stuck. Okay, so we got a lot from that. Let us see what we can note. So, first of all, after day 2, Pascal is at Manning's. And he says, come if you get stuck. All right. Next, he told us that the thing about the ball being thrown at Madame Watley was a test to see if she really was blind, and she dodged it, so she's not blind. And she was really a young woman. That's why he grabbed her hand. So she's an actress. So he says, who would know about the actress? But he tells us, you don't need to worry about this stuff because I'm on that case. I want you to infiltrate the Order, which is surely the Order of the Rising Star. So he's given us an assignment, but we don't have to go with what he's saying. But he's saying it's important. If you can infiltrate, I'll give you some instructions and that's going to be important. Okay, so there's the part about the Order, and he gives us some more hints about infiltrating the Order. He says, talk to the other cult, the Silver Twilight. We have an ally for that. They're kind of useful, and they know about the occult groups, so they might have information about this Order. And then he says, can you place a little trust on me? Well, I mean, we've gotten along pretty well with Pascal, so I'm inclined to trust him, but this could be a mistake. And then he says, if you're tempted to look for your friend yourself, remember you can't do a good job as I can. Then he gives us some information to prove that he's pretty smart about it. I would be inclined to trust Pascal and focus on infiltrating the order, but the channel may feel differently. He says, do you have any idea who to talk to about an actress hired to play a gypsy? He says, I know, so I'll look into it. So don't worry about it. He also says he's going to tell us about it. Okay, so then the other big clue was his house was burgled. And we know that there's a newspaper article about that. And they stole the keys, which seems odd. So it does feel like maybe this is tied to maybe someone knew what they were doing to get his keys. Then he says there should be a way to get into his home without them. So we have Armitage's home address. But is he saying he's going to do that? Let me see here. There should still be a way to get into his home without them. I will look into that as well. So he's saying don't worry about any of that. All right, so let's talk about this philosophically. Do we want to completely put our trust in Armitage and let him worry? I mean, put our trust in Pascal and let him worry about rescuing Armitage? Or do we think we shouldn't trust him? The locksmith finally comes into play, says Monica. That's an interesting idea. We have seen ads for the locksmith several times. So I definitely think we should leave Armitage for Pascal for now. If we have enough time, it would be nice to do our own follow-up on that, but it does seem like infiltrating this order might be the smarter thing to do. Do you think that little riddle was important for us? Do you think that this is a riddle we should care about? Who was the author who wrote that nothing is good or bad? Do you think that's a riddle that's of some importance to us? Or not important? This kind of felt like it might be that one of those little riddles that the game has told us about. Jonathan says, I'm suspicious of Pascal. Well, Jonathan is not ready to trust Pascal. But, I mean, I agree I don't want to fully trust him, but I don't want to go hunting for Armitage now. I want to go... I think we should pursue the other stuff. And if we have time, we can double check on Pascal. Now, and he says, I wager I can save him before you. That's a little tricky. We now have a tie into possibly the burglaries. Although if it's a burglary of his key and he's going to get in without it, then maybe we don't need to follow that. What was the question I had? What did the note say again? What did they want? Armitage will not help us, but you will. I will give you Armitage in return for what I need. So here's the odd thing about this note. I will give you Armitage in return for what I need. But it's not telling us what they want. Is this a note from Pascal? I really wonder. Here, I found this note and Armitage's house keys on the ground, or he dropped them on purpose. Pascal rattles the keys in front of your face. You definitely are not ready to tackle a mystery alone. You must come see me. Do not wait too long. We can't talk here. He takes the keys and runs and goes away. So I'm going to make a note of our sort of questions. In our list of questions, I'm going to write who wrote the note and was it Pascal? I mean, he handed it to us. He says it was dropped by Armitage, but obviously it's not dropped by Armitage. It's dropped by someone. And then another question is, what do they want? It seems suspicious because the only person who's told us to do something is Pascal, who told us to infiltrate, and he said I can't infiltrate them because they know me. So I feel like maybe Pascal has done this in order to get us to infiltrate, but and we should note in the intro, we were also told about a dark man. Let's just read what she says again. Gypsy says, fire from the sky, cities destroyed, fire from the sky. Perhaps you can get Pascal to reason with Armitage. He might listen if someone he despises gives a warning. Then the gypsy speaks again. Do you have an answer for the dark man? So let's write that down in our notes. Who is the dark man? And why would someone pay her to be an actress? And we don't spot Pascal, though we're looking for him, and then we feel a sharp pain. What about the theory that this is all created by Pascal to kidnap Armitage? Is it possible that Pascal has hired this woman? Is it possible that Pascal has hired this woman knowing it would irk Armitage and that Armitage would come to investigate, and that's why he happens to be there and happens to not be around? We can't see him when we get hit on back of the head. So I think maybe Pascal has orchestrated this whole thing. DJ Moneycut says that the dark man might have been from the vanished girl case. Interesting. Well, even if Pascal is behind all this, it feels like we should still be trying to infiltrate this order. Or we should ignore it completely and just try to rescue Armitage and not do what Pascal wants. This is tricky. The other thing about him having his keys stolen, doesn't it make sense that like Pascal has read this article about residential burglaries and so he just throws that in? He's like, oh yeah, I was burgled too. Now I'm become suspicious of Pascal, but I'm not sure how that affects us. Well, we could talk to Will Coffin and see if he saw Pascal hit us on the head. I'm going to write down that DJ Moneycut thinks the Dark Man is from the Vanished Girl case. Question mark. I mean, it would make sense if Pascal knows about the Watley stuff still bothering our guy, Armitage, that he would use that to lure him in. Of course, if we found the woman who got hired to be the actress, she might point us to Pascal, so that might be a good way to confirm whether Pascal is behind it. Jonathan Warner still wants to try Dr. Sutton. And Tina reminds us that the black man was Nyarlathotep. Doesn't seem related to our case, though, I don't think. Jonathan thinks that Dr. Sutton comment by Armitage was a clue. That one's not time sensitive. Is there anything that is time sensitive? Not yet. Not yet. Let me see about this order. Meet with us at the First Baptist Church. So we can go meet with them anytime we want. I guess I would like to argue that we should go there early. If we're going to go there, let's go there in time to find out if they have some event planned. Whereas Dr. Sutton, he's not going to have some event. Let's go to the places that could have events that we don't want to miss. And they could have something planned. Moneycut says, I never got the sense that Pascal was a bad guy. I say, listen to him. I think he said not to wait too long to get our head checked. That's Jonathan's argument about going to Sutton. I think he said not to. It's Armitage that said, don't wait too long to get your head checked, right? All right, let's go here first, and then I'm going to go to Dr. Sutton. But I want to go to the First Baptist Church first. So I want to make sure we don't miss any event that they've got going on. So First Baptist Church is F15. Is in our neighborhood. Okay, so F15, let's mark it. Looks like 16, F14, F41, F14, 13, 18, 15. Okay. First Baptist Church. Here we go. If you have found Armitage, this encounter ends. You do not find anything at this location. This still counts as a location in your location count. Well, I guess it's possible to find Armitage is what we learned. Well, we haven't found Armitage, so we get to otherwise read below. Inside the chapel, you find yourself in a narrow hallway that branches off into the pulpit and the baptismal font. You see a figure in the aisle, head bowed, knees on the ground, before a large dark mass at the front of the church. Thanks. Are you here to save mankind by a selfless act of giving yourself to me? The dark man asks. We've discovered the dark man. The statue behind the man is not a cross, but a profane creature with tentacles on its head. Yikes. A thin, tall man stands, and you have a difficult time making out his features. His face seems to shimmer, changing rapidly. Where, oh, where is your old friend? Have you found him yet? How are you faring on your own? Perhaps I can be of service to you. He vanishes and appears next to you by the lectern, startling you, heart beating fast. The black notebook in his hand opens of its own accord, pages riffling until a blank page is displayed. I can guarantee safe return of your mentor. I need your signature here in blood. He lifts the book toward you, face hidden in shadow. Let's make a deal. I will solve this riddle for you, and all will be well in this world. You, in turn, acquire a debt owed to me, an eternal indebtedness in exchange for the life of a loved one. You hesitate, not finding words. He slams the book shut. In time, you will come to the right decision. I promise you can be with Armitage and nothing will be changed. You will have only committed yourself to me somewhere down the road. When you are ready to make a deal to get your friend back, get on a bus to Innsmouth and let me help you solve this mystery. The bus will stop at a crossroads. You will get off there, and that is as good as your signature in blood. Oh, look at the clock. Time is passing. How long can the old man last? You'd be surprised. He's a tough old man, you mutter. Before vanishing, the dark man says, to show my good faith, I will give you a riddle. Maybe you can find him on your own. Go to the supplemental encounters on page 170 and read the small upside-down print at the bottom of the page. Okay, so we've met the dark man. He wants to make a deal with us. I don't like the sound of this. I am not going to sign this thing. But he says, hey, okay, you're not ready to sign. When you're ready, get on a bus. And that will commit us to the deal. So if we ever want to make a deal with the dark man, he says, get on bus to Innsmouth Crossroads. Okay, I got some news for you. I'm not getting on that bus. I'm not making a deal for 82-year-old Armitage. I mean, you're 82, you had a good life. I'm not going into indebtedness with Dark Cthulhu cult and some supernatural creature just to give you a couple extra years. And Tina says 84 he was. All right, let's read this 170. Okay. Supplemental encounter 170. Don't peek at anything. Okay, it says read the bottom page upside down. It's just one word. It says, your beginning is his end. That's the riddle. Your beginning is his end. So another riddle. Lots of riddles in this case. So that could be a reference to the first case. It could be the reference to where we started this case at the caravan. It could be a reference to where we started the first case or the prologue case. All right. Pascal's wager. We're back. I don't know where I put my bookmark. All right. So the order at the First Baptist Church seems to be where this dark man was. No sign of how to infiltrate it, though. And now he's recognized us. How are we going to infiltrate this cult if the leader of it knows all about us? Knows we're looking for Armitage? Doesn't that ruin our possibility of infiltrating them? Pascal's like, they don't know you. You can get in there. That's troublesome. Well, it's Sunday evening. We could go to the Silver Twilight people if we want to learn about this cult, but that was troublesome to me. Could be a clue about letters and words, says Antina. Your beginning is his end. Okay, so that, anyway, that was a riddle if we want to try to save him ourselves. So now we've got two, we could trust in this dark man to get Armitage out. We could trust Pascal to get him out, or we could try to get him ourselves. Okay, so you guys wanted to go to Dr. Sutton. Jonathan wanted to go to Dr. Sutton. So let's go to Dr. Sutton's house at night. It seems like a reasonable thing to do. Let's see if we can find Sutton. Okay, well, he's not in the normal directory. Is he an ally? Yes. Vincent Sutton, trauma surgeon, chief pathologist. Visit in case of injuries or victims, St. Mary's Teaching Hospital. All right, so we're going to go there now. Assuming you still want to go there. Dr. Sutton. D11. Let's see if Armitage was giving us a hint when he told us to go there. You dash through the front doors of St. Mary's Teaching Hospital, frantically searching for Dr. Sutton. A nurse points to Sutton, who's standing nearby reading a patient's chart. You begin to tell him about Armitage's disappearance when he stops you. Sit down. He examines the back of your head. You ask Dr. Sutton how he knows about your injury, and he says, "You know, I saw Armitage at B's diner yesterday. Heard him talking about this Watley fraud, as he called her. He looked at me and told me to be sure and let you know next time I saw you that B's diner has the best food on the planet, and you should stop arguing with him over the matter." Strange thing to say, huh? Looks like you're good. I'd get some rest if I were you, but I know you won't. Okay, so he says Armitage was giving us a hint to go to B's diner. Well, I mean, Jonathan was right. Everyone who believed that Armitage had some clues for us certainly seems to be right. That Armitage is giving us some information, some clues. He already was excited about the fraud, and he anticipated something might happen to him, and he's left some clues. So I guess that's relevant. Okay, well, it's Monday morning, December 30th now. Let's see what the chat thinks. So shall we follow up this lead and go to B's Diner and see what Armitage for breakfast? Yeah, you're right. I mean, it does make sense. You go to the diner for breakfast. Okay. So let's go to B's Diner. Let's follow up. Let's see what Armitage thought about what's going on. Maybe Armitage is the person we trust the most. So if he's got some information he thinks is important for us, it makes sense that we should get that information. Okay, so B's Diner is D9. Just hope this isn't a wild goose chase. D9. B's Diner is vacant except for a couple sipping on a malt with two straws, making eyes at each other. You sit and order a meal, resting, thinking. A young man working the stove has a tattoo on his wrist. It looks like it was inked recently, as his wrist is infected and red. He walks out of the kitchen and takes off his apron and sighs heavily. Working two jobs is killing me. What's buzzing, cousin? He asks. He tells you his name is Flip Gilbert. You ask him about his tattoo on his wrist, and Flip brags about being branded into a new order that he refers to as really on the up with nightly rituals. Except they won't let you in without a pendant, and the fuddy-duddies finally gave me one, but I lost it at my parents' house downtown. I just know it's there somewhere, but Pop Gordon was a real hangover, and Mom's like boo-hoo all the time now that he's gone. Good riddance is what I say. Okay. This is a little weird, like a little side case here. So we're at B's Diner, and we meet Flip Gilbert, who has a rising star tattoo. And he says you need pendant to join the rituals. He says lost his pendant at parents' house downtown. Pop Gordon. So his dad, Gordon, has a hangover. Um, so there's a bunch of stuff that I don't love here. Like, why did Armitage mention this place if it doesn't have insider information for us? Instead, we've just run into this guy who's a member of the order. We can't join their rituals without a pendant, so that makes you think we're trying to get this pendant. But we went to where they were at the First Baptist, and there was no issue about rituals. We didn't have the option to join a ritual if we come at night. We just had an option if we found Armitage, we could do something. Otherwise, we talk to that guy. So where would we go for their rituals? Before we worry about getting this pendant, it feels like we should find out how to infiltrate their rituals, if indeed that's what we're doing. And he says they're really on the up with nightly rituals. What does that mean? They're really on the up with nightly rituals. I guess Silver Twilight would know more about their rituals and where they were. Or DJ Moneycut says maybe the rituals will be on the island. That's a good guess. Did Pascal tell us to go and join the cult? Yes, he did. Jonathan says, I read it as saying they perform rituals at night. Yes, me too. The only thing is it's not at the church. Let's read about the Unvisited Isle again. Paranormal Society is going to visit on December 31st, which is tomorrow. Let me record that we went to D9B's Diner. So we have 2 more leads to follow before we could join them at the Unvisited Isle. So we could keep trying to infiltrate the order. We could try to find Armitage on our own. I'm very suspicious that Pascal is the one who did all this, but getting this pendant doesn't seem like it. I mean, it may eventually help us, but we don't know where to go with it. So I'm hesitant to just trace it down because we can. Jonathan warns us if we don't get the pendant, we're going to have to find the place we need it and then get the pendant and then go back. That would take us an extra time click. So you think you want to go get that pendant in the hope that we need it because we do want to infiltrate? So you think we should go get the pendant, huh? I suppose I'm open to it because I really do want to infiltrate this cult. And Armitage wants us to go do this, I guess. All right. Chat says it's also possible that the Flip's house may tell us where to go. Okay. If we had just stumbled on this on our own, I would be more hesitant. But because Armitage nudged us here, feels like Armitage suspects this somehow. All right, let's see if we can find this guy's house. Flip Gilbert. Okay. So there's Gilbert, and there's G. He said his father, Pop Gordon. So this seems like it, D77. All right, let's go to D77 as our afternoon visit. Okay. What did I say? D77. Okay, here we go. Flip Gilbert lives with his mother. His father, Gordon, is recently deceased. She tells you Gordon's out running around with his friends, ne'er-do-wells, as she puts it, and she was about to go after him. He ran out of here in such a hurry, he knocked over the mailman standing at our front door. Rude boy just kept running, and his necklace fell off his neck. She holds up a chain with a link broken. Thought I would try to get it mended. Broke the chain clear in two. Lost the pendant. Lost the pendant. After Flip's mother closes the door, a sparkle catches your eye and you find a pendant on the front lawn. You reach down and pick it up, thinking, shouldn't you return this to Flip's mother? Something inside you tells you she will get yelled at by her son when he gets home. Poor lady has been through a lot. Take requirement card 12. You may discard either requirement card 9 or 12, giving Flip's mother a pendant, and if you do, read entry 1 in supplemental encounters. Okay, so let's write this down. D77 is Gilbert House. We find the pendant, which is card number 12. So we get to take card 12. Okay. So we're taking 12 into our possession. But we want to note that the game says we can return 9 or 12 to return the pendant. I wonder what 9 is. Maybe another pendant. Then read supplemental 1 on page 169. Well, surely we're not giving them this pendant. We're keeping it for ourselves. All right, so we're going to note in our thing here that we've got requirement card 12, and we found that at D77, which was the Gilbert house. In case we need to track that back. We'd still like to find a way to use that pendant, but the chat was determined that we do this now so that we don't have to return to find a pendant when we need it. Maybe we should mark down where that house was in case it's important. They're in the D's. D77 all the way up there. All right. So now that we have a pendant, we want to go infiltrate the order. They're either going to be on that unvisited isle at night, in which case we're going to go there anyway. Jonathan says, I'm paranoid that the pendant went into the mailman's bag. Do we need to reread that? Is it possible the mailman is like some kind of robber? Gordon is out. He ran out in a hurry. He knocked over the mailman. He knocked over the mailman. He ran out in a hurry. Just tells us he ran out in a hurry and knocked over the mailman. I don't think we're not going to chase down that mailman lead. So we're going to visit the unvisited isle on our own tomorrow. Maybe we're going to run into the cult. But I think to cover our what's the term when you cover our bases, we should go to the Silver Twilight. They may know more about this cult and what it's about, and they may know where they do their rituals. So yes, I want to go to the Silver Twilight. So the Silver Twilight is where? Sebastian Lyman, member and mole for the Order of the Silver Twilight, L18. Perry agrees with me. Okay, so we're going to go to L18, Silver Twilight. Is there a separate entry to go to the Silver Twilight and not go to your ally? Let me just check that out. I just want to see that. I don't remember the answer to that. Doesn't look like it. All right, so we're going to L18, the Silver Twilight, which is in their no, not in their neighborhood, but all right, L18, Silver Twilight, and this is our evening visit on Monday. L18, Silver Twilight. Let me just check in with the chat. Silver Twilight. Okay. L18 then. You creep around to the back entrance of the Order of the Silver Twilight. You knock in a familiar pattern and wait impatiently for several minutes. Sebastian Lyman emerges, surprised to see you. Good to see you, old friend. It's been an age. How's Armitage holding up? You recount the story of Armitage's disappearance, and Lyman looks at you sympathetically. I'm so sorry, friend. I know he'd be glad to have you on the case. You ask Lyman if he can offer any assistance. I haven't heard anything about a disappearance. All the talk round here is the new cult in town, the Order of the Rising Star. They're growing rapidly, and Carl Sanford is throwing fits. We lost a couple of members to them, you see. Lyman looks around, then leans in, speaking softly. Yeah, Sanford even had one of our folks join on purpose to get the lay of the land, so to speak. Apparently, Rising Star operated out of an antique store in the merchant district. But our plant says that's a front. He passed the initiation and told us that they hold nightly ceremonies at one of their locations. They got a few, not sure how many. Wait here, he says. He goes back inside and comes out holding a piece of paper. Our plant spotted a couple of familiar faces at these ceremonies. Okay, you should skedaddle, because if they see me talking to you, I'm toast. Lyman hands you a note with 3 names listed. Tina Polk, Sam Webquish, and Ray Gladding. Okay, so I wonder if Gilbert wasn't the informant. All right, so what does he mention? First, he mentions Carl Sandberg, who's the Silver Twilight guy. Sandford. I think that's not going to be of much use to us. I think he's the Silver Twilight boss. Then he says an antique store in the merchant district is their front. So I'm not sure if that's useful to us. Oops, sorry, let me do this. That's not what I wanted to do. What did I want to do? Why can I not remember how to do this? I guess there is no way to do both these. Okay. So antique store was their front, and then the ceremonies at another location. Maybe Armitage is going to be used in a ceremony, and that's how we're going to rescue him. But he says, I'm not sure how many locations. And then he says, Rising Star Familiar Faces. And he gives us 3 to track down. Tina Polk, Sam Webquish, and Ray Gladding. I don't love this situation we find ourselves in. It feels like we could spend this whole game tracking down the Order of the Rising Star and not even know if it's relevant to us. And maybe we should be trying to find Armitage instead. I'm troubled by this. I mean, 3 people. Are we going to have to trace down all 3 of them just to shake out some possible locations of ceremonies? Or should we go to the storefront and try to follow someone to one of the ceremonies? Well, I guess it's time for us to take a break. So, some food for thought. It's now Tuesday, December 31st. So this is when they're going to the unvisited isle. If we think we might be able to run into the ceremony at night here, then maybe we should avoid tracking down these people until our hunch that they might be conducting a ceremony at the unvisited isle fails. We could also visit Pascal at his new location here. All right, give that some thought. We'll be back in 8 minutes. Okay. Jonathan in the chat has come up with something very subtle, a very clever theory, and it's worth talking about for a bit. Sometimes when we play these games, someone will come up with a theory that's so appealing, so elegant, so cleverly noticed that you almost really hope it's true. And sometimes when we play, we say, well, that's too good not to follow up on. It's too delicious a theory to not go all in on, because if it's right, you feel a real sense of satisfaction. If it's wrong, you feel a little bit of disappointment. So let's go over what Jonathan has picked up on. Perhaps invented, perhaps not. He says, okay, look at the discussion when we went to Gilbert's house. And he says, we have this odd interaction with the mother. And the mother says that the son ran out of there in such a hurry, he knocked over the mailman standing at the front door. Rude boy just kept running and his necklace fell off his neck. She holds up a chain with a link broken. She says, thought I would try to get it mended, broke the chain clear in two, lost the pendant. She closes the door. We see a sparkle in the front lawn, obviously a pendant. We pick it up. She says, then we say, should we give it back to Flip's mother? She's obviously looking for it. Something tells you that she will get yelled at by her son when he gets home. Sort of a non sequitur there. Then it tells us to take requirement card 12. And then we noticed how odd it was that it says here, you can either discard 9 or 12, giving Flip's mother a pendant. If you do, read entry 1. Okay. So Jonathan said at the time, hey, maybe we should consider following up on this mailman. And I said, that's going down a rabbit hole one step too deep. I don't think we need to do that. But then Jonathan has said, hey, look, here's how I can make sense out of all of this. The idea is that the kid has run out, bumped into the mailman, and 2 pendants have essentially fallen out. One from Gilbert's neck, and then another one that the mailman has. And Jonathan is suggesting that, like, we've got the wrong one. We've got essentially the mailman's pendant. And that if we try to wear this, at the time we were like, we're not giving this to the mother. We need this to get into the ritual. But Jonathan is saying, hey, if you try to wear that pendant to the ritual, it's going to be the mailman's pendant. The Order of the Rising Star is going to know it's wrong, and we're going to be in trouble. And Jonathan is suggesting that the way we're going to get the real, it's a little switcheroo thing. The way we're going to get the real pendant is by finding the mailman and saying, hey, you lost your pendant, and he's going to give us Gilbert's pendant, and then we'll have the real pendant. And then presumably, Jonathan, we would also find that out if we try to give this to the mother, although we won't get the new pendant, the other real pendant. But probably if we try giving this to the mother, she's going to say, that's not Gilbert's pendant. You've got someone else's pendant. And then maybe she'll hint us to go to the mailman, but that would be a wasted turn if we do that. So Jonathan says, I found there is a post office, and if we go to the post office, we can talk to the mailman and exchange pendants. And Tina says, Jonathan's onto something. Let's go to the post office. So, all right, so let's talk about this for a second. I'm inclined to agree. I do want to note, however, that it is Tuesday morning, the 31st. If we're going to go to the island, we need to do that soon. Today. So we can go to the post office, but I guess if we think we might run into a ritual in the evening, then we need that pendant now. That would be a good reason to do it right away. But if we're going to try to find out the location of their ritual, we might need to do it before evening. But I guess if we're suspicious of that pendant, we should do it now. Okay, so post office is open in the morning. That's as good a reason to go there as any now. I like Jonathan's theory. Let's look up the post office. Let's see, we want some government place. Utilities, no. University, transportation, stores, schools, clubs, residential, other locations, private companies, local lifestyle, local government. Post office D33. I will note that that's in the same neighborhood as the Gilbert home, so that's another reason to like this idea. I mean, I really love this idea that Jonathan picked up that there was something weird that happened. I hope you're right, Jonathan. All right, so D33. So we're going to put the mark there. Oops, that's not it. D33 was the post office, and D77 was the Gilbert home. So there's the home, and there's the post office. All right, here we go. This will be fun if Jonathan was right and we got it solved in a... Nope, no D33. No D33. Well, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Doesn't mean that Jonathan's wrong, but it means that it's not going to be... It seems unlikely now. Now, the way the game says, if you go to a place and it's not there, you still have to pay the time penalty. But we're not going to do that. All right, the question says check the errata. I do have an entry for errata, and there's no entry about this, so it's not in the errata either. Now, it's possible that if we try to give this pendant to the mother, she'll say, no, it's not his pendant, and tell us the name of the mailman that we can find at his home. But it's also possible that there's two ways to get pendants, and that we would be really chasing down, we would be putting ourselves in a real predicament if we gave back one of the pendants and then had to find a second one. We could go to the antique shop, which is their front, and maybe show them the pendant and get some feedback. Chat says, should we give it to the mother? It's so dangerous. If we give this pendant to the mother and she's like, oh, thank you, that's Gilbert's pendant, then we will have lost the pendant that we need, and we will have to find a second pendant. It's fascinating, though. I mean, we could go to the front, which is an antique shop. We might be able to show them the pendant, and we might get feedback from them about whether that's one of their pendants or not. But otherwise, it's a front for their place, so I'm not sure that's going to be useful to us. It's as good a candidate as any, though, for getting one of the pendants at their antique shop. But it could be a waste of time. Let me look at our other leads. Oh, that's a real shame that we couldn't go to the post office. We could track down our Silver Twilight familiar faces. We could go get information about the robberies. We could investigate. We could go get a hint from Pascal on day 2. We could talk to the cops about the burglaries. We could make an early morning visit to the unvisited isle instead of the evening. Are we so sure that they do the stuff on the unvisited isle at the evening? Or is that more dangerous to us? Should we be trying to go there in the morning instead? Hmm. Hmm. Let me just check this to make sure that I didn't miss the post office. Uh, we had a case with actors. Could there be a link with the gypsy? We should visit. Perry says we should visit one of the 3 names that Lyman gave us. Is there a point of looking about his favorite flower? Maybe a street with that name? We could look at the map and see if there's a street with a flower name. Remember, we saw the florist had poinsettias. If that was his favorite flower, we don't know. Just look. I'm going to look at the introduction to our first case here to make sure it doesn't mention him with the flower. No mention of flower. I think that Perry has a good point that we probably should follow up about these 3 people that were recognized as being in the Rising Star cult. Tim Polk, Sam Webquish, and Ray Gadling. Let's write down their locations. Maybe something will jump out as we did. All right, so we have a Tina Polk. We have her address here, D65. So she's still in the D neighborhood. That's tempting. Right nearby the house we're at now. Sam Webquish. That's D48, also in the same neighborhood. And Ray Gadling. Glading. Ray Gladling is in F27. Now, as far as the question about the actors and actresses, local culture, we have the Manly Theater. Is Manly where Pascal said to meet him? Or no, that was Manning. So I was saying, if Pascal was telling us to meet him in the... What is Manning's? Manning's restaurant. It's just D13. Okay. I mean, he might... Manly Theater, Wax Museum. Let me catch up here. We had a case with actors. Could there be a link with the gypsy? We should visit one of the 3 names Lyman gave us. Is there a point of looking about his favorite flower? Maybe a street with a name. I feel like the street, the thing about the flower is a little premature for us. It's a good idea. Let's keep our eye open, but it's a little premature. I guess I'd be inclined to try to find one of these people that were mentioned. Maybe we can catch one of them telling us where they're going to go for their ritual. I'm still very nervous about Jonathan's theory about the pendant. I could see the case being made about the antique shop. I think we should go to the antique shop. It's a front for their organization. We might get information about the pendant. We might be able to follow someone. We might hear something. So I'd like to go to the antique shop. I'm very nervous about presenting this pendant when we're not sure if it's the right one. So, antique shop in the merchant district. Let's see if we can find that. Chabowski's Curios and Antiques in the merchant district. So that's M21. That looks like it's probably it. Chabowski's Curios and Antiques. All right, let's go there. So we're going there on the morning. We're not penalizing ourselves for D33, which failed. We're trying to go to M21 antique shop now. Don't look. Chabowski's Curios and Antiques may be the only shop in Arkham open 24 hours a day. This strikes you as suspicious right away. You bet the police must keep a watchful eye on the place. On the door window is a small star-shaped symbol, and written underneath are the words, "Join the Order of the Rising Star and realize your true potential." A short, balding man stands behind the counter. His eyes meet yours, and he asks, "How may I be of service to you today?" His formal tone also strikes you as odd. "I've heard some interesting things about this Order of the Rising Star." You immediately do not trust this man. He looks seedy. "I lost my sister recently in a car accident." Modern life brings with it many things, good and bad, doesn't it? Anyway, I feel lost. I don't know. Just seeing what this is about, really. You're nervous and sweating, not sure how to approach this man, which may actually make you come across with more authenticity. I'm very sorry to hear, he says affectionately. We are good people like you, looking to band together during these hard times. The Order is in need of people, good people, who find the world unjust. We know retribution is near from a higher power and only want to be on the right side. I'm sure you understand. We see the world heading towards disaster caused by the weapons of change. The Great War was a sign of things to come. He's convinced you are the real deal. Takes down your name and address, both you make up on the spot. Then the man announces, the New World Order is coming. We have world leaders in place to assure our ascension. Trust. Seek out a member to sponsor you, and the process of your arrival will begin. I hope we meet again. Okay, this suggests that maybe we're going to need to find one of those familiar people who will sponsor us. But not fantastic information here. But this order sounds a little bit suspicious. They've got people in ready to take power. It also sounds like he's maybe the guy. I want to mention that, like, he says, find someone to sponsor us. He sounds a little like this letter to the editor. I wonder, I mean, we could go to the Innsmouth Gazette. Oh, but that's in Innsmouth. They're not going to be here. All right, well, that wasn't great, but maybe that reinforces our idea that we need to track down one of these three people. Before we do that, though, we have to decide what we're going to do about this. So we need to make a hard decision now. The Paranormal Society is going to visit the Unvisited Isle on December 31st. So we've got a tough decision to make. We could go there now. We could go there in the evening. Maybe the evening is more dangerous, but also be more likely when they'll have their meeting. But do we need to be sponsored by someone first? So shouldn't we... Should we try to follow someone to get sponsored before we show up? Do we take a stab in the dark and visit one of our three people? %30 chance of getting the right person? Or should we use this one chance to visit Pascal? This guy at the antique said we want to be sponsored. That seems like something we should take seriously. So maybe Jonathan says, yeah, but if we have the pendant, maybe we don't need to get sponsored. When was the switch with the mailman? Maybe it's at a house down the road. Yeah, but how would we know which one to visit? I think we should talk to one of these other people. I'm still trying to pick places that might do double duty. Maybe if we find someone, they can look at our pendant and tell us something. So let's just shoot right in the middle and talk to Sam Webquish with a weird name, D48. D48. Where is D48? Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So it's Tuesday afternoon. Okay. D48. D48. Okay, here we go. Wait, channel has got what has lit up my light here. Let me see what the channel says. Jesse, any of the potential sponsors near the Gilbert home? Yeah, I mean D77. I thought about that. Let me close this. D77 is the Gilbert home. So two of our sponsors is near the home. We've got D65, which is the one we didn't choose to go to. Where is that? So D48 is here. And then D65 is 63, 64. D65 is a typo. This says D56, but this says D56. This is clearly the right one. So that's actually a bug that hasn't been replaced with a sticker like most of them. So maybe the fact that it hasn't been replaced with a sticker is a meta clue that it's not important. It is closer to their home, though, than 48. All right, well, let's keep reading it since I'm already here. Sam Webquish answers the door only wide enough to poke his face out. You ask him if he knows anything that could help you in your investigation. I wish I could help, but I don't know anything about that. He looks over your shoulder nervously, then moves to close the door. Something about that doesn't sit right with you, so you hold your hand out to stop the door. Oh no, they sent you, didn't they? You're going to kill me. I knew I saw too much. Just know I won't go down without a fight. You assure Sam you aren't there to kill him and ask him why he would think so. Oh, thank goodness. I could have sworn that the Order of the Rising Star was coming after me, given what I've seen. I joined the Order on the premise of peace and happiness, but I'm not sure that's what they really offer, so I got out. For starters, they want initiates to sign over their finances to them. It's a scam, I came to realize. Then they started asking for volunteers for questionable activities like hounding the Orn Library to get access to their private collections. Well, when they couldn't get inside, this really evil-looking man came and told them that he could get inside if they did something for him. They took your friend because he asked them to. But I don't know why, because all the Order did was dump him somewhere. I don't know where. They asked me to break inside the old man's house. That's when I told them I was out. The leader of the Order is Mick O'Connor. They were having nightly rituals at a church, but then it moved to a school, and now I don't know where. Some things we are told don't match what we see. Some of us question that, others don't. You ask Sam if it's possible for a stranger to get inside to see one of these rituals. Well, probably, but no stranger has gotten inside, I bet. We don't know all the members, so they let you in based on two things. You need this tattoo. He shows you his tattoo of a shooting star, and you also need a pendant. I'd give you mine, but they took it. Someone broke in here last week. Okay, lots of information here. He says you need two things. You need a tattoo, So if we want to get into this ritual, we're going to need a tattoo. And then he says the rituals were at a church, which we've been to. They don't seem to be there anymore. And then a school. And then he doesn't know where. And he gives us the name of the leader. Mick O'Connor. And then he says, they took your friend because he asked them to, the evil-looking man, the dark man that we ran into. And then they say they dumped him. So if we could figure out where, we would find him and rescue him. And then they wanted to break into Armitage's house. Because they want access to the library. And now we see a real tie-in to the robbers. Because he says, someone broke in here last week. Tricky. I don't know if this was a good pick to talk to this guy. Maybe all three of them give us more pieces of our puzzle. But should we go to the tattoo shop now and get the tattoo? DJ Moneycut says, I see an Armitage Street on the map. Is that where we start our search? Your beginning is his end. You know, write down Armitage Street as a question mark. But we would need more than that. But we're going to have to make a hard decision now. So let's talk about this. It's now the evening of December 31st. We could just go to the unvisited isle on December 31st to see if there's some ritual going on there, but we don't have our tattoo. So I'm not sure how that helps us. They're not going to let us in. That's unfortunate. And should we get a gun? I mean, I don't think this day is going to be our last chance to catch the ritual. So, but it is telling that it's a specific day. Don't forget, we can meet up with this group on the first Wednesday of every month, which is tomorrow. I think if we're sure we can't get into the ritual now, which I think we probably are since we don't have the tattoo, maybe we shouldn't bother with this. We'll go and talk to them on Wednesday and find out about what they saw. There's no point of us going there at night. But Jonathan says, I sort of want us to go just to see if we spot anything creepy. I think we have to use our time wisely and use our deduction. If we found out we don't have a tattoo, we can't join in the ritual, it's a dangerous waste of time for us to go here, especially since we're going to meet with them. Miskatonic Paranormal Society. Let me just make sure they're in the directory. If they are, then maybe we can... Yes, they are. Okay, so I say we don't go there. We might be going back there for the ritual. So I don't want us going there when we can't participate. Given that we know we need tattoo. So I'm going to use, I know it's tempting, but I don't want us to go there, especially at night when it's dangerous. We'll meet these people on Wednesday and we'll let them tell us what they saw. Okay, so given that we're not going to go to the unvisited isle yet, where do you want to go? We could go to the tattoo shop, probably open in the evening, more likely than in morning, and get ourselves a tattoo. What do you think? If we're serious about this, then there's our tattoo parlor, D38. I mean, if we're gonna be all in on this though, which I think we are. Okay, let's do it. D38 tattoo shop. I mean, this is kind of crazy, but I think we're all in on this now. And maybe we need to get our gun. All right, tattoo shop, here we go. You can't believe you're doing this. A young man sporting a military haircut and several tattoos of his own walks over and greets you. You nervously try to explain what the tattoo looks like. Oh yeah, I done a couple of those. I know exactly what you want. You a new member? You shake your head. He smiles and shows you to a chair. Well, you're the first to come in without a drawing, the other two said. If I didn't get it exact, they'd be in trouble. This is something you did not want to hear. An hour later, you have your first tattoo. You wonder what your mother will say when she sees it. Take requirement card 6. Okay. Well, at least it seems like this was maybe an important step. Okay. So D38 tattoo. So we just got a tattoo. I don't know if this is going to end well for us. DJ Moneygut says what I was thinking. Like, couldn't we make this a temporary tattoo? Did we really need to get a real tattoo? It's a little nerve-wracking. I hope this is not going to end with us in trouble. All right, so we now have the tattoo and we have a pendant. We're not sure it's the right pendant. In fact, we got suspicions that it's not. But okay. All right, now it's Wednesday morning, January 1st. So we can visit the Paranormal Society and ask them what they saw on the unvisited isle the night before. We should visit them today. I guess if we're going to visit them, we might as well visit them now, yeah? Let's do it. So the newspaper tells us that they're the Paranormal Society, and that last night they were going on the island. So we can see that here they are. So I think we go visit them now and ask them what they saw and know. Hopefully we won't regret going to that place. Maybe if we had had the tattoo, we could go there and have solved this early. But without the tattoo, I don't think there was any point. Ooh, that hurts. There's no entry for M11. Oh, that's unfortunate. The Miskatonic Paranormal Society. The Miskatonic Valley Paranormal Society. That's all there is. Well, that hurts. Okay, so we're not going to find out about the unvisited isle, but I mean, we could still go there on our own, but I think the logic was still sound. So I think maybe we have to visit those other two people, or we could visit the boss of the guy. DJ Moneycut says, is it worth visiting a jewelry store? Maybe they're making the pendants. That's an interesting idea. But just walk into a random jewelry store? That doesn't feel right. Although everything is in the D area. Tattoo place was in the D area. If we look for a jewelry store in this neighborhood, let's just take a look. Jeweler in M29, Yates. Or we could go to Pascal for help. Maybe we should get that gun if we think we might need it. Should we go to the gun store? Check the errata. There's only 2 entries about errata, and we've not hit any. So we've not hit any of them. They're pretty simple. Should we go and get that gun? They're all dead on the unseen aisle. The Paranormal Society is all dead. All right. Maybe we need to have some more votes here. All right. So let's have a vote about whether the group wants to go try to get a gun. So we could go get a gun. We could talk to the other. We could track down one of the other members and see if they know where the ritual is. Like, we found the one guy, he wants out. So he doesn't know where they're meeting. But if we find one of the women that is, if we find another person who is in it, and we've got the tattoo and the pendant, they may tell us where to go. Any point in trying to find a way into Armitage's house at this point? I mean, anything's possible, but we're sort of we're infiltrating this group. We're already too deep in here to turn back now. We're sort of letting Armitage go and hoping Pascal can find Armitage. So we could talk to the leader of the Rising Star Order. Maybe with a pendant and a tattoo, he'll say, oh yeah, you are one of our people. Here's where it is. We could track down another one of the members. We have 2 of them. So leader of the Rising Star and the 2 members of the Rising Star. Or we could go to, what else? What other leads do we have? We could try to return her pendant, which I feel very nervous about. We could go talk to the police about the robbers. We could get on a bus and do what that dark man wants. I'm tempted to go to the leader of the Rising Star Order and maybe get a gun. Isara says maybe we should get that gun for safety. Okay, Jonathan votes gun. Isara votes gun. Still waiting for a vote for Moneycut. So what time is it? Okay, so actually we couldn't go to the Paranormal Society, so we're not going to penalize ourselves for that, so that's good. So it's the morning of Wednesday. It sounds like we're going to go get that gun, unless some people jump out of the chat who haven't been talking and make a different suggestion. So I'll give another minute here, and then we're going to go get that gun. DJ Moneycut says, I vote we talk to the leader. If we're ever going to get a gun, we should do it early so we can have it. We can put it to this guy's head. All right, we're going to go get that gun. It's been decided. And then maybe we'll talk to the leader. I like that. All right, here we go with the gun. So it says, visit Glenn's Gunsmith for your personal protection. So let us go find the gunsmith. Glenn's Gunsmith is M16. So that wasn't available, but M16 gun. All right, let's see. I'll be very happy if we can buy a gun here. Okay, there's no entry for M16. It feels like this happens to us a lot in this game. And maybe this is a good time to mention something with the design of High and Low, the game I'm working on. If there's a place in the newspaper mentioned, you should be able to go there. It's okay if it's a blank entry that just is flavor text, but if it's mentioned in the paper, you should be able to go there. Okay, DJ Moneycut says M16, that's funny. Okay, so we couldn't go there. In the official rules, we would penalize ourselves for that time cycle, but we're not going to. All right, so shall we go to... Let's go to the person who runs this order. I'll tell you why else. Maybe we're going to go to him and he's going to say, show me your pendant and tattoo. We're going to show him the tattoo. We're going to show him the pendant and he's going to say, that's not the right pendant. And then we're just going to say, oh, I brought the wrong run from home. I'll go get it. So that would be better to find out now with this guy than to find out walking into the ritual. So let's go talk to the leader of this order, because we can come up with an excuse why we have the wrong pendant. Mick O'Connor. Okay, so there's our M. O'Connor. U31. I mean, surely nothing bad's going to happen to us talking to the leader of this whole thing. His name is spelled differently, though. You don't think he's going to say, that's not me. I've written down C-O-N-N-E-R, and here we have C-O-N-N-O-R. Gotta be the same guy, though, given that there's no ER. Okay, U31. Here we go. I gotta admit, I'm nervous, but here we go. You take a gamble and it pays off. Mac O'Connor lives in an expensive townhouse. You knock and a man answers the door. Hello, I am with the Starry Wisdom Cult. I would like to pass on information about who we are and how you should consider becoming a member. Are you a Mr. O'Connor? This is us talking. You got his attention. You peer over Mac's shoulders and see another man standing in the living area. He's muscle-bound with a shooting star tattoo on his forearm. And your name? Mac asks. Babs, you say. You and your friend should attend a meeting down near the French Hill District. Hey, wait a minute, he interrupts. I'm not sure who you are, but it's obvious you know who I am. Please, I don't have time for this. I have my own order to attend. He closes the door on you. Unperturbed, you walk down the street and circle back through the backyards of the homes on the same street until you reach Mac's backyard. You see through a window that he and another man are walking out the front door. Garrison is going to be upset with you for this, but you find an open window and climb inside. The home is very clean with little furniture. The only thing you find is a printed flyer for the First Baptist Church. Someone wrote on it, Eves at 11 p.m. daily, arrive by 9 for preparation to contact DM, Dark Man. Moving to new location next week for nightly meetings. The man in dark honors his promises with little to ask in return. Soon, soon. Ouch, we got nothing from this. Preparation to contact the dark man. Moving to new location for nightly meetings. Ugh. We've already been to the First Baptist Church and met the dark man. Sounds like they're signing contracts with the dark man. Is the dark man the key to all this and we shouldn't be messing with this cult? Oh, this is unfortunate. The police are watching the antique shop. They might have a lead. Isara says, I'm not sure about this, but let's assume we think we have the right pendant and go to the ritual. Could the ritual leader tell us who the pendant belongs to, if it was right or wrong one? John says, didn't the previous person say that the meetings might be at schools? How many schools are there? Do we have enough nights to try and visit them? There are too many schools. I couldn't tell if they were saying, maybe we need to revisit that. It sounded like they were saying it moved to a school and then it moved somewhere else. But we could reread that to make sure. So D48 was that entry. Let's see if we think it's at a school or if it moved on. So we talked to Sam. He said they're trying to get into the Orne Library to get inside. They took your friend because the dark man asked them to, but I don't know why. They asked me to break in. Okay, the leader is Mick O'Connor. All right, so now here's what he says. They were having nightly rituals at a church, then moved to a school, and now I don't know where. Unless this is a typo, and he means to say They're having nightly rituals at a church, then moved it to a school, and no, I don't know where. Sometimes things we are told don't match what we see. Some of us question that, others don't. But this seems to suggest that it was at a school and now it's moved somewhere else. U31. All right, it's the afternoon of Wednesday. We have to decide where we want to go. We could go talk to the two other people who were spotted in this club. If one of them is still in it, they might tell us where to go. And there are too many schools, and it sounds like they've moved on from the schools to me. Look at the schools. Bloop. Many, too many. Although you could wonder, like, we've got the name of one of these people, right? The three people. If one of them ran a school, that would be a big clue. Tina Posh and Ray Goldwing or something, but none of them run a school. What do you think? What does the channel want to do? You could guess that the school might be near where the church was, if they're in that neighborhood. If the First Baptist Church was at F15 here, you could ask if there's a school nearby, if we thought they kept it in the same area, because there are two schools nearby. One is a public school, but one is a school of positive thinking, which sounds suspicious, and also a school of bookkeeping. So actually there are three in the F neighborhood. Let's see. First Baptist is here. So the school of positive thinking is here, just a short hop away. The school of bookkeeping is here, also quite close. And the public school is F19, which is here, a little bit further away. So you might guess that it would be either F10, the school of bookkeeping, or F17, a very suspicious sounding school of positive thinking. The way we play the game, we don't penalize ourselves if we try to go somewhere and it's not, and there's no entry. So we could just take a blind shot at these schools, and if there's no entry, no big deal. We don't penalize ourselves. The chat's going to give some thought to that while we take our break. So think about, do you want to just randomly try to go one of these schools, even though we think they've moved on from there? I see in the chat there's another comment about a new child into the world, not a postman. I'm not sure what that's about. We'll talk about it when we come back, but give some thought whether you want to go into one of the schools blind or talk to the two people who are members of this cult who might have some direct knowledge about where the next meeting is. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's catch up with the chat. Jonathan is asking us to check about the newspaper, about whether it was about a postman or a police officer. It was definitely about a police officer. Mr. and Mrs. Baker, Policeman Baker, will stay on the job but will be making frequent visits home. So that rules out the possibility that that's our postman. But we could, for the hell of it, check where this guy lives to see if he's right next door to one of our people. In which case, so we've got two Bakers, one at F60 and one at N43. So neither of those are near much activity of ours. F60 is in the French Hill, but far away. And the N is not where anything is happening. Okay, so that's that. DJ Moneycut says, I say try a member. They're attending the meeting, so we just need them to tell us the location. John says, maybe we should reskim the intro, see if the Armitage left us any other clues, since he pointed us to the pendant, and then try a member from the list. And Tina says, is there a point to follow some of the university leads? So tackling the last thing first, it feels like there's a chain of discovery that could get us to inside the library, which this group seems to want. And so I think the university leads and the library and Armitage are all pointing to that. I do think, I'm happy to rescan the intro. I do think that talking to the other members of the order is attractive because it sort of does double duty. One is we're trying to find the location, and one of them may know. But secondly, they may have more information about the Order of the Rising Star, just like one guy told us we needed a tattoo. And maybe even one of them can sponsor us, which someone else suggested is kind of important. So let's quickly skim the intro again, and then let's try to talk to those remaining people. All right, so quickly reskimming. He's bouncing a rubber ball, almost as if he knew he was going to need this. He's talking about the charlatan that was in the paper, which I think we should assume might have been to, this woman might have just been hired to I think this was hired just to capture Armitage. I think the whole point was to capture Armitage. So they've hired a woman related to the Watleys because they know that Armitage is obsessed with the Watleys. The cab driver drops us off. We've thought about whether the cab driver could have some information for us. He walks over to Madame Watley, even though we know he's getting upset about the Watleys. We know now that she's an actress. He tests her with the ball. Then he says, once we're done here, you should see Dr. Sutton. You must promise me. So he's definitely pointing us here. You feel a presence and you see Pascal. Did you bring this woman here to instigate this? You created Madame Watley, didn't you? Pascal narrows his eyes and points to the stage. I think Pascal did maybe set up this to capture Armitage. She says, I see an important event. We now know that she's an actress. She's bringing up Dunwich. And then she says, inside your left pocket is a skeleton key. You keep it dear. You're shocked because he shouldn't have that, but maybe she's right. Fire from the sky, cities destroyed. You met him in your dreams. Do you have an answer for the dark man? He will speak with you here. Then we get knocked out by Pascal. He says, you've been out for an hour. I've searched for Armitage. You're going to need my help. He found a note and Armitage's house keys. He rattles the keys in front of your face. So he still has them at this point. And then here's the note. We have locked Armitage away somewhere to rot. So they want to make a deal with us to get Armitage back. Where is his favorite flower? Oh, sorry. Then we visited Sutton. So that was it. So nothing new that I saw. Your beginning is his end. Sounds like maybe he's going to die. All right. So What about the locksmith, says Antina. I don't think, unless we're going to try to break into his house to get the key. But that's not the path we're taking. We're taking the infiltrate the cult path. So I think we're going to visit one of the familiar faces. So do we want to visit Tina Poach or Ray Goldling? I think we should do them in reverse order. Normally we go sequentially, but I think we should talk to Ray at F27. He actually lives pretty near where the church was and the schools. So I think he might be the one to go to. So let's go to F27. It's in the afternoon of January 1st. We might want to talk to Pascal at some point. So F27. This doesn't look good. Ray Gladding rushes past you when he sees your face. Does he recognize you? You chase him down the road and make a tackle. He's an overweight guy and is not hard to catch. There's a star tattooed on his wrist. Hey, what's your deal? I told you guys I'm not coming back. So why do you keep following? You assure him that you're not with the order, but he simply replies, I ain't telling you nothing other than to stay away from those guys. Ray pushes you aside angrily. You're not able to get anything more from him. Oh, that's a shame. That was useless. Well, that's 2 out of 3. Are we in for a penny, in for a pound, or gonna go to Tina Poach? I feel like we have to. If the logic was sound to get us to this guy. Maybe we take a shot at the School of Positive Thinking just for the hell of it. F17. I'm going to try it. Go there at night. If there's no entry, we won't penalize ourselves. Maybe we get lucky. F17. Okay, there's no entry for F17 at the School of Positive Thinking, so we're not going to penalize us for that. But all the more reason we're going to have to track down our last remaining person, Tina Poach, who's at D65. Knock on her door at night. Hopefully she'll be there. Ugh, this sucks. Tina Poach lives in a small home downtown. You knock and a young woman wearing glasses opens the door. You introduce yourself and explain the reason for your visit. I don't know anything about any missing person, I'm afraid. You're looking for comfort. You should really look at joining the Order of the Rising Star. Applicants can stop by day or night at Chabowski's Curios and Antiques. They really help me. Tina shows you a tattoo on her wrist. You try to ask more questions, but she's evasive and eventually slams the door on you. Wow, that sucked. So we've talked to the 3 people who might know where they meet. And maybe we really suffered by not going to the unvisited isle. Maybe we would have caught them there. It's really a shame we couldn't talk to the paranormal people and ask them. I was sure we were going to be able to. Well, someone had an interesting observation early about the idea that the police might be watching that antique shop. So I think we should go to the police. I think they might have information about the robberies, and they might have information about tailing people from the shop. So it's Thursday morning, January 2nd. I think we should go to the police informant. Maybe that's our best bet for figuring out where they're having All right, so I'm going to go to the police. I'd love to hear other suggestions of where you guys want to go while I'm doing this. Or we could talk to William Coffin, too. All right, I'm going to go to Garrison Morris first. Then I think maybe we go to William Coffin. All right, D32. Let's see if he has information for us, and then Pascal could have good information for us, too, of course. Okay, D32. If you have found Armitage, this encounter ends. You don't find anything. Boy, a lot of places asking us if we found Armitage. We haven't. Otherwise, continue below. You're taken aback when you hear that finding Armitage's abductors is not Garrison's primary concern. You calm yourself with a deep breath and ask, why are you so busy? Oh, it's a bad week. I promise we will look into the matter soon. It's important to me, but so is everyone in this town. Pasquale's home got robbed last night. Robberies everywhere. And can you believe it? Someone at the sanitarium is unlocking the doors to the more mentally unstable patients, letting them roam, which has resulted in several riots. You ask Garrison more about the break-in at Pascal Fenton's home. Garrison says, well, now that you mention it, we found a strange pendant that may have been dropped by the robbers. Could be a lead. Pascal wasn't happy when I told him we'd have to hold on to it for now. Says Armitage's keys were taken too. Don't know why he had those. I don't mind if you find someone who can open Armitage's home without a key. That's the locksmith. Garrison opens a filing cabinet, returns with a pendant, and puts it on his desk. As you examine the pendant, you see Garrison go to the desk of one of his detectives. Scripps, get in here. Detective Robert Scripps walks forlornly to Garrison's office as you're making your exit. You can't help but overhear Garrison yelling at the unfortunate Detective Scripps. I told you to stop hanging around that antique store watching it at all hours. Hunch or not, we're too busy for you to waste time chasing wild geese. Maybe you should go home and spend time with your wife and daughter. Garrison is distracted. Should you take the pendant? So here's our second pendant. I think now Jonathan's theory is back in play a little bit, and it seems like we should take this one since this one seems genuine, and the other one we have may be the fake one, belonging to the postman. What do you think? DJ Moneycut says, hey, two pendants are better than one. All right, so it sounds like we're going to steal this pendant. Yeah, I mean, clearly we're going to take this. All right, so everyone agrees. So we're just going to take requirement card 9. Nothing happens to us. There's nothing more for us to read. We just take it. Okay, let's remember that we prefer to use that one than the one we found. I think Jonathan's theory still might be right. Okay, now there was something else important that we just read there. Who spotted it? Let's see if the chat spotted the other thing that was important. The police baby. Jonathan's got it right. Yeah. Go to talk to Scripps about his observations. Because what happens here is Garrison chews out Scripps and says, stop messing around with some crazy cockamamie theory about the antique shop. We want to hear that theory. So he tells Scripps to go home with your wife and daughter. Now, it's interesting that this isn't the person in the newspaper with the new baby, but doesn't matter. We want to talk to Scripps. And we want to hear what his theory is about the antique shop. Hopefully it's not the same theory we already have. Hopefully he's got some more information. But surely we should try to follow it. So let's see. Let's see if we can find Scripps. So there is Detective Scripps, F60. Okay, so we're absolutely going to go knock on his door and ask him about his crazy theories. Okay. And hopefully he's got some information from us. I'm scared he's going to give us information we already know, but let's see. Robert Scripps is the happiest man alive. At least that's what he tells you. He shows you into his home and walks you right over to a baby crib. A baby girl in a blue bonnet and a bib sleeps quietly. I wanted a girl, and look what I got. You smile. Miss Scripps sleeps sitting upright in a chair, exhausted. Sounds like this should be the same one as the paper, but that was about a baker, so maybe that's a typo. You ask about the Order of the Rising Star. Anything you can tell me might help. Recently, Armitage was abducted, looking into all possible leads. Robert whispers, well, there is something going on with that order, I tell you. I'm not able to convince Garrison yet, but I will. I mean, they meet in 3 different buildings. Where do they get their money? The old warehouse is just one of the 3 meeting places. So if they have Armitage, I'm betting he's kept inside one of these 3 buildings. You ask him about the other meeting place. Well, I think one of them is a Daniel Shea school. The other is somewhere in French Hill. About to find out exactly where when my wife went into labor. Hope that helps. Oh, and another thing. I think these guys are part of the recent break-ins around town. Didn't that occultist's home get broken into? Okay, so we've broken the case wide open by talking to Scripps. Wide open. This guy Scripps has broken the case wide open for us. So first he says, they meet in 3 buildings. All right, this is fantastic. Scripps has saved the day. MVP for Scripps. He says 3 meeting buildings. Okay. And he says, where do they get money? That's interesting. Who's funding them? Okay, then he says, the warehouse is one of the three. The old warehouse. Do we know? Is there just the one old warehouse? If they have Armitage, he's kept inside one of these three buildings. So the old warehouse is one. One of them is a Daniel Shea school. I think from our discussions with people, they're not meeting in the school anymore. But that doesn't mean Armitage isn't there. And then he says the other is somewhere in French Hill. I think the other that's in French Hill is the First Baptist Church. So the three places, I think, are the church, the warehouse, and the Daniel Shea School. And he's saying, I think the church is in French Hill. And Tina says, maybe Armitage has escaped. Jonathan says, the paper mentioned an old warehouse being converted into a greenhouse for the university. And Tina says, nice memory, Jonathan. Okay, that's quite good. So that's exciting. Now it's exciting. All right, so let's make sure we record that we went to F60. We've got 4 turns left. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 official turns left. All right, let's look at our newspaper. Miskatonic University. The new greenhouse, a former warehouse, will be completed later this month. We want to make sure the university grows with the community. Commitment to our students. So there's Professor Dyer. New greenhouse for the science department. The new greenhouse, a former warehouse, will be completed next month. Now, we could talk to Dyer, but maybe this is telling us that we should be looking for a warehouse in the university district, where the university is. Let's look up warehouses and see if we have. So here are some. Oh, well, the old warehouses are at M40, which is right here. So it seems like that's explicitly the old warehouses. So we could try to rescue Armitage. Well, we don't know if they're meeting there or Armitage is held there. And now let's look up the schools for Daniel Shea School. So Daniel Shea Public School is in U2. U2, and then the warehouse, we think, at M40. Which is near where the university is. Any warehouses directly in the university district? No. So that seems like it's our best bet. Hey, let's not forget, we almost forgot that at the police station, he hinted about the locksmith. So that was the locksmith we keep reading about in the paper. All right, so we have to talk now. It feels like we have got our 2 locations, one of which is holding Armitage, and one of which is where the group is meeting. if you had to guess, it would be at the old warehouse. Not only that, we've been to the church. They moved on from the school. That leaves the warehouse. So do you think that means that Armitage is in the school? Because I'll tell you why. We were told about flowers, right? Armitage's favorite flowers. Is it possible that that clue was about the fact that it's turning into a greenhouse? And so that should be a clue that Armitage is there. Maybe he's being held where they're meeting. Let's see. We've been to the church. They moved on from the school. That leaves the warehouse. And Tina says, even though they moved from the school, maybe there are clues there. Or maybe that's where Armitage is. But wouldn't it make sense? Let's just find out where those places are. The Daniel Shea School is in U2. Let's just see if that is named after a flower. Otherwise, I'm guessing it might be in the greenhouse. So U2 is on High Street and Boundary Street and West Pickman Street. So if he was being held at the Daniel Shea School, there's no sense of flowers around there. Whereas if he's being held in the warehouse at M40, it feels like that riddle about flowers could have to do with the greenhouse. So I guess my question is, if we're going to go now to either the warehouse or the school, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 turns left. I guess there's no more mucking about. Do you think we should, first of all, would we rather go rescue Armitage first and then confront the ritual, or vice versa? And which is more likely to be where? Is it going to be that Armitage and the Order are in the same place in the warehouse? Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we may, if we discover the Order, that we're going to have a confrontation with them. And that might end the case. And so if we have an option, we should try to rescue Armitage, who's being left alone somewhere. And it would be hard to leave him alone in a school because that's got people in it during the day. So I guess maybe they're going to put seed in Armitage. That's scary. I guess I'd be inclined to go to the warehouse. And if I had to guess, even though that guy seemed to suggest they moved on from the school, I'm kind of thinking they're having their meetings at the school and that was a typo. I know that's a stretch. But it feels like a warehouse is where you leave someone where no one's going to find them. And I think if we have a choice, we should try to rescue Armitage first. So I think we should go to the warehouse and rescue Armitage and try to avoid the Order meeting. But I'm certainly open to the idea that they're hiding him in the school. And if we want to rescue him, we should go to the school. It sort of depends on how you read that point about them moving on from the school. All right, let's have a vote. Or if people want to chat it out more, we can chat more. So I guess what I want to know from you is, where do you want to go next? The warehouse or the school? and what you're hoping to find there. And let's agree it would be better for us to rescue Armitage first. So if you think Armitage is more likely in one of those places rather than another, we should go there first before we have our final confrontation. Of course, Armitage could be being held where they meet. And let me remind you, it's evening. It's the evening of Thursday, January 2nd. And Tina says, do we have, let me go, where's my better screen for that? Do we think we have all the requirements for the cult? I think we do. I think we have the tattoo and the correct pendant. So I do think we have enough to infiltrate it. We don't have a gun, but we couldn't get a gun, and we tried. If we go to the warehouse, we probably trigger the meeting since it's at night, says Jonathan. You think they're meeting at the warehouse, huh? Do you think that Armitage is at the warehouse? Or he's at the school? We only have one person suggesting that they don't meet at the school anymore. And that was suspicious to me. Is the warehouse the end game? I mean, if I had to guess, I'd guess that they're holding him in the warehouse and they're meeting in the school. But that only makes sense if we believe the game has an error. And Tina says, I think the warehouse is the end game, so I vote going to the school and trying to find Armitage in the school. I guess you could tie him up with a gag and keep him in the school basement. It feels like it would be safer to keep someone in a warehouse and meet. Doesn't it seem like it would be more likely that you would meet in a school for your secret meetings and keep someone kidnapped in a warehouse? Isara says school. All right, it's 2 votes for school, it seems. If we have time, it makes sense to go to school. Okay, 3 votes for the school. I'm going to clear this vote. I'd like to hear what Jonathan thinks, but... Okay, so you guys are betting that the guy who told us it used to be in the school, now it's somewhere else, was not a bug, was telling us the truth, and they're meeting in the warehouse. All right, we're going to go to the school now. Now, if they're meeting in the school, I'm not going to be happy, but everyone seems... Jonathan thinks the meetings are in the warehouse. All right, we're going to the school then, unless someone thinks we can prepare better. We could go to Pascal for some hints, but I feel like maybe we should solve this on our own if we can. All right, we're going to Daniel Shea's school, which is you two. I hope you guys are right, and we're not going to run into a cult meeting. Here we go. Here we go. I have my doubts. I think it would be more likely to meet in a school, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, here we go. Uptown District U2. Get a drink here. Everyone thinks the meetings are in the warehouse. All right, let's find out. You have the cab driver drop you off a block from the school. You look over your shoulder several times and see shadows jumping around buildings and behind trees. You rub your eyes hard. Must be your imagination. The front door to Daniel Shea's is locked, but this is no time to be civil, so you walk around the building looking through windows. Can I help you, friend? Startled, you turn to see a man. He holds up his wrist. On it, he reveals to you a star-shaped tattoo into his skin. Listen, I don't have much time. I'm with Silver Twilight, and I would like to talk to you. An order member drives by this building every hour. I'll be at Hardwick's Stamps and Coins, not far from here. Come only at night, and I may be there. The man leaves you, and you look for a way to get inside the school. So, unfortunately, it is evening now, so we would have to wait until our very last turn to go here. That's not good. Anyway, we're looking for a way in. Thankfully, there's still more to read. You climb through a window and walk into the central hall. You pause before a long hallway, then step forward, stumbling. You realize something is wrong and rub your eyes. The floor is seesawing, but you don't feel nauseous. It's nothing, you mumble, and right yourself before taking a deep breath and stepping forward again, straight onto the toe of an expensive loafer before passing out. You wake, lying inside a classroom with a pentagram under you. You quickly shuffle away and get to your feet. A chalkboard covers the wall before you with these words on it. Answer the riddle. Find where Armitage is dying. You must hurry. You can save him if you make a deal. Take a bus to Innsmouth, and this will seal your commitment. I can save your friend, and you can save the world by being selfless. Inside your hand is a note bearing a cryptic message. 171, and read the small upside-down print. So this guy wants to make a deal with us, and here's something written here. Let's make a deal. You can save the world by being selfless. Okay, 171, the upside down. All right, don't look. Look at what the upside down note said. Armitage is not here, but you can find him at his house. Armitage is not here, but you can find him at his house. And the where we got that was, you wake in a classroom. Chalkboard says, answer the riddle, find where Armitage is dying. You must hurry. You can save him if you make a deal. Take a bus. But then inside our hand is a note that says he's at his house. That's very weird to get those both at the same time. I mean, we're not making this deal, but why at the same exact location we have a note saying he's at his house and then another note saying take a bus to Innsmouth and you'll save him? He's dying. Is that what's going to happen? We're going to find him at his house and he's going to be poisoned and dead and dying. So finding him is not going to end this. I guess that makes some sense. All right, so now we've got a very... DJ Moneycut says, this game has a weird definition of riddle. Yes. Okay, so I think the beginning and the end now make sense. He's at his house where we started all of our cases. So here's the dilemma we have. We could go to the locksmith, which it's been suggested might let us into his house. I think we're going to find that he's dying. He's poisoned, or he has a grain in him, or whatever it is. But that's a reasonable thing to do. But here is our dilemma. Our dilemma is really that we only have 3 turns left. And how this guy just wanted us to meet him at night. Let me just read that again. So that guy is at Hardwick Stamps and Coins. That was a silver order guy. I mean, we've already talked to the silver order, so I'm not that concerned with meeting with him. But the real question is, if we go to the locksmith, maybe we get lucky and he takes us right to Armitage. So maybe we can do that in one action. So maybe we spend our morning doing that. But the question is, what if it takes multiple turns to infiltrate this order? Like, it'd be very dangerous for us to wait to our last turn to try to go to the warehouse. What if they're not there and we haven't left ourselves time to do more? So I guess I would argue that we should try to locksmith our way into Armitage's house for one action and then head over to the warehouse in the afternoon and evening and hope we can get it all solved in one night. It's dangerous, though. Like, is it dangerous that we're not talking to Pascal? Pascal might have a plan for us. Like, what if we go to Pascal and he's like, oh, great, you're ready to infiltrate? Here's the weapon you need. So Pascal might have the weapon we need to solve this. So is it dangerous for us to try to do the warehouse before talking to Pascal? And Jonathan thinks it's going to take us 2 turns to rescue Armitage. Jonathan wants to spend the morning going to the warehouse. That seems like that might have our confrontation in it. I'm worried about doing that before we get Armitage. I guess my inclination would be Armitage, Pascal, warehouse. And maybe Pascal gives us some weapon. All right, we're going to need to have a vote here, but do we want to discuss this more before we do? Let me hear from everyone. Maybe we don't need a vote. Maybe we just need to talk this out. So we think we know where they're meeting in the warehouse. We could be wrong, though. They could have moved since then. We think we know where Armitage is, and we think we know how to get into his house. DJ Moneycut says, Pascal said he had Armitage under control. If Armitage dies, we kill Pascal. If you want both Pascal and Armitage, it makes sense. First, go to Pascal. I don't want Pascal to have found Armitage, though. I want us to get credit for that. But I see your point. This is tough. Tough because of our limited time. Well, let me hear what other people think here. DJ Moneycut says, I don't think you can do both. John says, I don't want to go to Pascal. I want to just try to finish this ourselves, but I think I'm in the minority. I mean, maybe I'm just grasping at straws to think Pascal is going to give us some instructions about what to do if we infiltrate. I mean, we could give ourselves a little more time. We were told about the science department with the warehouse. What if it turns out that we can't get into the warehouse without help? Pascal said to go to him if we were stuck. I don't think we're stuck. I think that's a good point. Okay, so let me concede that I like that idea. Pascal said go when you're stuck, and we're not stuck. So let's not involve Pascal. So my suggestion now is that we go to the locksmith and try to get Armitage ourselves. And then we go to the warehouse. What do you think about that? We have enough time to get Armitage out and go to the warehouse. I'm afraid if we don't go to Armitage and we go to the warehouse, it will give us more time, but I'm afraid the finale won't be as good an ending, having not discovered Armitage ourselves. So I want to get Armitage out ourselves. Jonathan says, that makes sense. I just wonder if Armitage is at the warehouse and we can get him during the day, but if the note is right, we should try his house. I feel like the note is right. It is scary that it says, like, it could be a trap. They could be trying to get into his house to get the key, and if they use us to get into his house with this trick message, I still think it's worth a try, though. All right, we're going to try to get Armitage. We're going to go to the locksmith, just because we've seen that locksmith ad in the paper a million times. And I think we should try it. All right, so it's Krieg's Locksmith. Krieg's Locksmith is M49. We're going to try it. We're going to try to get him out. We'll spend one time in the morning doing this, and if we fail, then maybe we go to the warehouse. Okay, M49. Where's the... Here. All right. Here we go. Krieg is a bit suspicious at first that you don't have a key and do not own the home, but he recognizes Armitage's name. My daughter attended Miskatonic University. Professor Armitage tutored her. He also helped me out with a little problem I had. We'll get the door open, no problem, and install a new lock. This key will get you in. Take requirement card 11. So Jonathan is right. This is going to be a multiple step thing because now we have the key. Take 11. Hey, Flip! He yells for his assistant. No one answers. He yells again, louder. Nothing. Lewis walks over to an open door and yells again. Flip lazily walks in. A kid with greasy hair and a tattoo of a shooting star on his forearm. You recognize him from somewhere. And Flip tells you he sometimes works at B's Diner, too. So actually, this feels like a clue that we weren't sure about, that Flip may be breaking into people's houses. So actually, we may have figured out the answer to one of the questions, like who is responsible for the robberies. I think it's Flip, who works for the locksmith, who we ran into at the diner. So I think we've actually learned something quite important here, right? I wouldn't be surprised if that's not a question. who's doing the robberies. And now we know. So that was worth it almost by itself. Don't you agree? Don't you think? We figured out it's Flip who's the robber. Also makes it more likely that Flip's pendant is real. Okay, so now, however, now we're back where we were worried we would be, which is we need to spend another time unit to go to Armitage's house before the warehouse as our last turn. I don't want to go to Armitage's house if Flip is following us, says Jonathan. I think we got to go to his house. I don't think this guy's following us. And this guy could have already gotten in. Now that we know Flip is the robber and is a locksmith, he could have gotten in this house already. In fact, we know they're already in. That's if they dropped Armitage in his house, they could get in. Although, I guess you're saying this is operating on the theory that the note was fake. And Tina says, since we started, we should finish. Okay, this would give us a bigger finale, too, if we wait for the last turn to go to the warehouse. All right, we're going to go to Armitage's house. This is nerve-wracking, but since we started, we got to finish. Okay, so Henry Armitage's home is at U8. Okay, well, we have his key. Kind of exciting. I think it's time for us to take our break. We've got a couple minutes before the hour, but it makes sense for us to take our break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes for the finale. Okay, we're back for the last couple moves. I'm just having a slice of pizza here. I think I got some pizza sauce on my cheek. No matter how this ends, there's some real suspense here at the end. Last couple turns, we're going to try to rush in, find Armitage. We think he might be poisoned, and then we're going to rush over to the warehouse and try to have our finale here. We're trying to do the job of Pascal. He told us don't waste time with Armitage, and here we are wasting some time with Armitage. But we don't like to depend on others to do our work. I have a gut feeling that finding Armitage might be the bad ending. If it forces us to end it, no. You know why we know it's not? Because we've seen paragraph that said, if you found Armitage, ignore this. However, it's very possible that we're going to find Armitage and he's going to be poisoned, and we're going to have to go, and the game wanted us to go to Pascal to find a antidote or something. But what I'm hoping against hope is that we're going to find Armitage, figure out that he needs some antidote, and then when we go to the ritual gathering, we'll know enough to get our hands on some antidote. But here we go. We're going into Armitage's house. There's no way we're not, after we just got the locksmith to give us a key. Okay, here we go. U8 says, if you have requirement card 10 or 11, proceed to the supplemental section on page 169. So we have 11. We have 11. We don't have 10, but we have 11. So we're going to go to 169.9. Here we go. This is the first. Wait a minute. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. The house that's become a second home for you is eerily quiet. There's a ton of these supplementals. This is the only one we read. In the parlor, Armitage's journal sits on an end table. The last entry is dated the day of his disappearance. You scan the page and discover that, for the past week, Armitage had not been sleeping well. He was having nightmares and couldn't sleep, so he took Nocturne 5 nights ago, visiting the Dreamlands. The Dreamlands. Remember those cases? 11 was the key we had made. Okay, here's his diary. Day 1, another night fraught with nightmares. Dream Arkham was once a respite, but upon returning, I saw fire falling from the sky, people running in horror. I tried to explore further, but it was too much for me. Day 2, complete with portents of unspeakable things to come. The Dark Man, or the Tall Man, known by many names, is now here watching me. He told me to break or go back. I awoke in a fit of sweat. Maybe the Dark Man was from our Nocturne case. I think the Dark Man may have been from our Nocturne case. Day 3, same as before. Arkham is consumed with fire from the sky, people burning, and the Dark Man stands in a field of smoke, glowing eyes with no face. I fear I know what he wants. I will never succumb to his will. It's a trap. Day 4, the page is mostly ripped out. The only words you can see are "don't, your friend." Clarity comes to me today. I know what I must do. I must take this wind head on. If I return here, this is where the passage ends. By Armitage's bed is a bottle of Nocturne. Take requirement card 1. Oh my God. We got Nocturne. How crazy is that we've got some Nocturne now? Okay, it continues a little bit. The last entry in Armitage's diary reads as follows. Last night he spoke with me for the first time, his voice smooth and old. He told of a great upheaval that would burn all corners of the world, and that only by committing myself to his will could this be stopped. I must sign his book, he said. I felt so weak. Is there a cause greater than your own very soul? Is saving the world that cause? Should I be so selfish and refuse? So he's having second thoughts here that maybe the Dark Man we can save the world. Is that the showdown? We can choose to save the world? I don't believe it. And now we have Nocturne. But we've not run into any chance to use it. Does this have something to do with World War II? Boy, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. That World War II, but we know World War II had to be fought, so... Okay, well, it's our last turn. We haven't had a chance to drink this Nocturne, but maybe we're going to use it in the epilogue? There were articles in all the newspapers about World War II. Yep. Yep. Well, I think we've got to go to the warehouse now. Jonathan says, I guess let's go to the cult meeting. At least we have front row seats for the apocalypse worst case scenario. All right, here we go. So on our notes, we said that the warehouse, we think, is M40. Wait a minute, where's Armitage? Where was Armitage? We went to Armitage's house. We went to 169, entry 9. It's eerily quiet. There's no Armitage here. Is he in Dream World? That note said he was here, but he's not here. Maybe he's going to be at the warehouse, like I said in the first place. But I'm confused now. Why isn't Armitage here? Well, it seems to me we've got no recourse. We could go to Pascal for help, but I think we're going to go to the warehouse. M40, here we go. This is our last official turn. Whether we break those rules, I don't know. But we're going to the warehouse at night. I mean... Okay. I'm a little nervous about this. Or I don't like what I see already. But if this is your first time at the old warehouse, turn to Supplemental Encounters on page 169 and read entry 11. Okay. 169, entry 11. This is scary. TJ Moneycut says, have we seen an entry that asked for card 1? I don't think so. I don't think I've written down anything that wanted a card that we didn't have. You approach the old warehouses, taking stock of the location. This part of Arkham is run down. You notice a man stocking a ramshackle newsstand close to the warehouses and walk across the street to talk to him. You a member? He asks. Some of them have tattoos on their wrists, you know. You approach him and begin asking him questions. He seems eager to talk to anyone. Rising star or some such nonsense. I try to make conversation with them when they're coming and going, but they won't have it. You don't look like one of those folks. Your eyes are taking things in. Some sort of detective or investigator, I bet. Detective Robert Scrip's been here snooping around, you know. You begin to confirm his suspicions, but he keeps talking without pause. I reckon I've seen the guy in charge of this place, Mac something. Funny thing is, Mac is the only friendly one of the lot. Not that you'd get that impression with the way the other members treat him. Yes, sir, this, and right away, sir, that. Must be some kind of higher up. He's different when he talks to me. He seems really interested in the neighborhood, saying that the order wants to do good things for the neighborhood to improve it. Good luck with that, I say to him, and we always laugh. Mac seems like good people. I just get the feeling the lot of them are up to no good. Just what Arkham needs, another cult. That Silver Twilight weirdos are bad enough, and that Carl Sanford, what a piece of work. Carl Sanford is the Twilight person. Is it going to turn out that these Rising Star people are just do-gooders? But they had a note about the Dark Man. They're sort of working with the Dark Man. Okay. Continues a little bit. You interrupt the vendor and ask him what the warehouse is used for. Well, they meet every night. I hear them chanting. I see the lights. Can't make anything out, though. I got bored one day and went up to the warehouse, and this giant dog came out and chased me off. Let me tell you, friend, I haven't run that fast in my entire life. I only say this because if you're a detective, and I bet you are, you'll have an urge to check it out. I can't tell you whether to do that or not, but I figured I'd warn you regardless. You thank him for his time and information, and he pauses. You know, never did give you my name. Well, if I ended up helping you out, just come visit old Tank here again. Maybe buy a paper or two. I'd consider it a fair trade. Okay, so I think what's happened mechanically here is the game is telling us you're about to have the finale. So are you sure you want to come back and have it? So that's why it gave us this little diversion here. But we could just go right around the block. It really wouldn't be, and spend our last action. I mean, we've done our 12 actions, but this feels like all part of one thing. And it's giving us an opportunity to not proceed if we're not ready. But I feel like maybe that Nocturne is going to be used on the dog. So I feel like we're ready. Jonathan says, I say we do one more and count coming here at night. Yeah, I feel like this is all part of one thing. As long as we run around the block and come back in here, we're okay. We're playing within the reasonable interpretation of the rules. So I think our last turn here is just to go right back around and come in here. And I think that Nocturne is going to get fed to the dog, is my guess. Although, do we have to put it in some steak first? All right, we'll just get it. We're going to grab this. We're going to ask this guy for a sandwich. In case we got to put it in something, I'm taking a sandwich from this guy. All right, here we go. We're going back. Is everyone ready for this finale? DJ Moneycut, it said extra leads don't matter if we do the final showdown. I don't think it means we get more. We're allowed to have more times. I think it was saying when you count the number of leads against the goal, you wouldn't count it against it, but you might be right. It might allow us to have as much time as we want. And that's something worth checking out. We'll read that when we get to the ending. All right, but we're going to go back to this place again. All right, I'm a little nervous about this, but here we go. If this is your first time, turn to supplemental. If it's not your first time, okay, here we go. If it's not your first time, and it is morning or afternoon, read entry 10. No, it's night. This is not your first time, and it is night. Proceed to supplemental encounter 3. That's what we're in for. This is going to be the showdown. Okay. If you have requirement 9 and or 12, you may continue. So you know what 9 and 12 are, right? those are the two pendants. So we have two pendants. We have double pendants. We don't really need two of them. Look, turns out either of them would have worked fine. We think. Okay, if you don't have them, if you do, you can continue. Otherwise, you're detained. Okay, well, we do have it. Outside the entrance to the warehouse, inside the warehouse, there are two guys with biceps that reach all the way to Kansas, each holding a flashlight. There are only 6 of you standing in line, but when it finally starts to move, we're in line now, they inspect each member closely. You would think they knew each other by now, but the Rising Star member in front of you tells you that O'Connor is so paranoid, he hires different security staff from time to time. These guys won't be attending. Well, they will be blindfolded. They are just here to check us in, and these guys are active. We had nearly 20 new members last night. It all feels a bit too formal for a closed order. Your heart is beating hard in your chest. It's finally your turn, and you hand them your pendant. They shine a light on it and nod. Roll up your sleeve, one says, shining the light on your face. If you have requirement card 6, read entry 8. If you don't, read this. Oh my God, if we tried to get in here without the tattoo, we'd be in so much trouble. Okay, if we have requirement card 6, which we do. We do have 6. We have 6 and 9. There's no way to tell the difference since we have them both. We're okay. So 6 was our tattoo. All right, so we move to entry 8. Oh my God, this is nerve-wracking. You are ushered inside. The guy in the line was not kidding. Looks like at least 80 people are there. Benches lie in rows before a podium. Behind the podium is a large cast iron pit with a fire burning. About 10 minutes later, O'Connor is standing in front. He's smiling and shaking his head. This is the night. I can feel it. I can feel something is going to happen this very night. The great olds will awaken upon our beckoning, and tonight we shall have our redemption. They will give us the names of more of our enemies. We can then recite chants to destroy them. You feel the nocturne in your pocket. If you're going to drink it, this would be the time. How does it know we have the nocturne? We could have gotten here without the nocturne. That's weird. All right, now look at this. If you drink the nocturne, if you have requirement card 1, so we do have this. We do have the option to drink it. We can enter Dream Arkham. Otherwise, you must leave the ritual and also end your investigation. So if we didn't have that nocturne, if we hadn't gone to his house, the investigation would now be over. All right. All right, we drank the nocturne. So now we jump to Dream Arkham, turn to entry 6. Okay. I don't know if this is going to end well for us. The nocturne takes effect immediately. You're still standing in the ritual, but now you see a creature over the pit, hovering above. It's massive, with tentacles that hover in the air. This is a statue of a great old one. Armitage told you that the great old ones slumber for sometimes thousands of years, and that waking one of them is no small matter. O'Connor has something in his hand. He unfolds images of Axis world leaders and holds them up to the audience. You look around and see 2 exits guarded by the 2 biceps, but they have blindfolds on. The theory that this is about World War II is absolutely turned out to be right. If you don't know, World War II was described as a battle between the Axis and the Allies. And the Axis was Nazi Germany and Japan, etc. And the Allies were America, England, etc. Great Britain. So O'Connor is something in his hand. He folds images of Axis world leaders. So is this guy working against the Axis powers in World War II, and we're going to stop him? This is a little scary. Okay. 2 guards guarding the exits, but they're blindfolded so they can't see. O'Connor yells, "Our rituals are in support of our allies in Europe and Japan. We will unite under their leadership." Okay, so now the order is on the side of Nazi Germany and the Axis powers. So we are talking about World War II here. And if we don't do something, the West is gonna lose World War II. So let's read. Uh-oh. Suddenly, the bottle in your hands vibrates. You look down and see writing on the empty bottle of Nocturne. Scrawled in Armitage's penmanship are the words, "Come to the south entrance. I will be there waiting." In the dream world, you are able to cross the room unnoticed and walk out the entrance right past the blindfolded guard. Outside, you see Armitage. "Excellent, you got inside. I can only enter the building from the dream world. There are runes inside the door that expressly forbid my entrance. If you're able to blot out those runes, Pascal and I will take care of this matter." Pascal? You're surprised to see him standing to your left. "Take that nail on the ground. You can use that to scratch over the ruins," he says. You carve into the symbols until Armitage and Pascal are able to pass inside. You must wait outside or they'll use you to stop us. I'll only be a few moments." Minutes later, you hear Armitage chanting in a great voice. Then Pascal's voice even louder. Next, you see flames begin to consume the warehouse from within. Even though you're dreaming, you run all the way back to Armitage's home. You must end your investigation and proceed to the questions. How exciting was that for a finale? Multiple pieces had to click into place that we had to do properly. We needed the Nocturne. We needed the pendant. We needed the tattoo. It all worked out for us. All of our skills over 7 cases brought us to this point where on our very last turn, we got to the warehouse. Okay, let's turn to the end and answer the questions. Pretty suspenseful, epic ending here. Okay. Who is the dark man supposed to represent? What do you find at the home of Flip Garden where his parents live? All right, so let's walk through these. The dark man is the Nocturne guy, right? And we learned his name in the Nocturne case, I think. Maybe someone can remember that for me. 2, at the home we found a pendant. 3, in what place is Armitage being held captive? I don't really get that. Because I'm not really sure how to answer number 3. He was in the dream world, but he and Pascal are fine, so Pascal saved him. I don't think... Was it a lie that he was in his house, or was it just that Pascal saved him? We don't really know the answer to 3. Who was the gypsy woman? We're going to say she was an actress. We don't know who hired her, though. What does a person need in order to gain access to the nightly ritual? Okay, we know that. Is it tattoo? and a pendant. 6. Did you personally find Armitage and release him? I guess the answer is no. We tried. That was strange. All right, it'll be interesting to find out where he was. The note lied to us, huh? What two places does Flip Gilbert work? We know that. We know it's B's Diner and Krieg's Locksmith. What bus must you take to make a deal with the Dark Man? Okay, that was Innsmouth. I wonder how that ending would have been. The Innsmouth bus. What is Pascal's wager? Okay, well, Pascal's wager was that he could find Armitage before us. And it seems like he was right. 10. What do you find inside Armitage's home? That we found a journal and nocturne. These are all questions that like give you a little bit of points even if you didn't make it to the finale. So obviously we needed to do this. What is the name of Robert Scripps' newborn girl? Does anyone remember what her name was? It's a girl. And then bonus, what is Armitage's favorite flower? We don't know. What was the name of the girl? Can anyone remember? And Tina says, lots of ifs. Some players would be frustrated. Well, yes, that's true. But let's concentrate on us. We were not frustrated. We did solve it in time too. Who remembers what the daughter's name was? I mean, we found it out. We just don't remember it. So the one we don't know is where's Armitage being held? And then what was the name of the girl? We can't remember. Jonathan says, I don't remember the name. It's very odd. If you had to guess an answer to 3, I guess you would say maybe Dream Arkham. Is he actually being held in Dream Arkham? Would that be an answer? That doesn't sound right. Sounds like he was held in a place, but we don't know where that would be. We haven't gotten any other information about any other places. I guess you could guess that he was at this crossroads where the bus was. The Dark Man was Nyarlathotep, or however you say it. All right, I'm going to put that in there. Nyarlathotep. Okay. If you had to guess about number 3, would you guess that he was being held at the crossroads where the bus was? Oh, we never did look for a place with a flower name in the directory. So I guess maybe if you had to guess, you might guess he was at that florist shop with the petunias. Or is there a place named for a flower? Let's see quickly if anything jumps out to us. I do not see any flower places with names of flowers on my quick glance through. All right, well, let's guess he was at the florist shop in the newspaper. I don't know why. All right, you ready to read the answers? Is the channel ready to read the answers, or does it want to discuss anything more before we go? Jonathan says ready. All right, let's read the answers and read our epilogue. All right. So, who is the dark man supposed to represent? Nyarlathotep up top. All right, we got that right. What did you find at the home? A pendant. We got that one right. Where was he being held in his old office? It's only worth 1 point. Why is that to do with flowers? Who is the gypsy woman? She was a hired actress, or you can give her actual name, Emily Jane. Okay, well, we knew she was a hired actress. What do you need to gain access? Tattoo and pendant. Okay, we got that right. Did you personally find Armitage and release him? If yes, 5 points. We did not, so we don't get those 5 points. What two places does Flip Gilbert work? Craig's Locksmith and Bee's Diner. Yes. What bus must you take? The Innsmouth bus. We got that right. What is Pasquale's wager that he can find Armitage before you? Releasing you of your obligation to search for him. Yes, we got that right. What do you find? His journal and nocturne. 2 points for each. 4 points total. I wrote down both of those. What is the name of Roger Scripps' newborn daughter, Susan? All right, well, we did know that. We just couldn't remember it, so I'm just going to not count that one. Bonus. Which of his favorite flower, violets? Several direct and indirect references are made in earlier cases, all in Armitage's office. I don't know. I didn't love that one, but okay, it doesn't matter. It's just a couple points. Now, if you visited the bus and met the dark man, deduct 5 points from your score. For the remainder of your life, you will live in fear of his return to collect on the debts owed. We didn't do it, so we're not in debt. Good lesson in life. Don't go in debt. If you stop the Order of the Rising Star, you do not deduct any points from your score. For excessive locations, if you did not stop, you must deduct 1 point from your score for each location you visited beyond 10. So this was our question before, and it is what I said. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it wasn't saying we could go beyond this time. You can never go beyond this time. It's just saying that if you didn't stop them, you would penalize yourself for these extra turns. But because we did stop them, we don't get penalized for any. So let's compute. We don't normally do this, but since we're going to do well on this one, I think we should compute our score. So we've got 2, 7, didn't get that. 8, 9, 13, 17, 20, 21, 25. I'm going to give us this one, 26. Well, maybe not. Maybe we didn't remember it. We don't get it. 25. All right, so 25 points. 24 or more, Master Detective. That's what we've reached at the end of Mythos Tales. We've become Master Detectives. As a group, collectively, teamwork, became Master Detective. And we stopped the Order of the Rising Star. We saved the world from World War II. All right, let's read our solution here. After your exertions of the past week, you discover that Armitage and Pascal had been working together all along. And now you need an explanation. Last night you helped the two of them dismantle the Order of the Rising Star by gaining entry as a member. This allowed you to destroy the runes inscribed on the door that were preventing Armitage and Pascal from entering via Dream Arkham. Minutes after the runes were destroyed, the building erupted into flames and the Order's members ran away in confusion, never to reunite. Dr. Sutton insists that you do not bother Armitage, but you know that Pascal is already inside his hospital room. You mean to say you're going to let Pascal in here to see him, but not his closest friend? What? Dr. Sutton walks towards a room and you follow. Inside, the doctor splutters at Pascal. How did you get inside? Magic, of course, Pascal states with sarcasm. You can leave with a clear conscience, Doctor, he replies. See? Armitage is sitting up and eating. His health has returned. You're glad to see your friend sitting up and smiling. Now, where were we, says Armitage. You see, it was Pascal who informed me that Nyarlathotep was linked to the Order of the Rising Star. I had spoken to him about the dreams I was having, which were quite troubling. You see, Nyarlathotep desires more agents here on Earth who are indebted to his service, and he threatens to take the life of those near to me unless I signed his book. And I refused, which of course carried a high cost, but there would have been a higher cost still had I actually signed it. That necessitating a plan to stop the Order. The Dark Man was aiding them. We knew that the Order was using their rituals to prepare for the destruction of their enemies, both in Arkham and abroad in a war. Very misguided, yes they were. Well, among other things, the Order was interested in anything but order. I'm glad you did not sign the Black Book. I would have never placed your soul in harm's way had I known you would have been put into that position. Well, at any rate, it was important that someone do something about this Order. They were tempting powers they could never control, and the effects were starting to manifest. Did you read about the unusual burns and the fire bombings of London? More and far worse supernatural events would have occurred. Pascal agreed we should infiltrate these rituals, but he did not know how to get inside. Therefore, I allowed myself to be abducted to gain an understanding of what was needed to participate in a ritual. I knew that either you or Pascal would find me. I discovered that Pascal and I were blocked from entrance. Even in Dream Arkham, one must pass through the door, which was inscribed with runes that specifically named myself and Pascal, invoking a supernatural force to prevent us entering. This was Nyarlathotep's doing, and we did not foresee he would advise the Order in this way. By the time we had also ascertained that a pendant and tattoo were needed for entrance. Once we discovered that we were blocked from entrance, your help became a necessity. The Order knew who we were, but they did not know you at all. And for that, and indeed the entire world, we're eternally grateful. I believe most would have assumed the worst, that I was dead, which would have been the safest and sanest bet. My dear friend, we never intended that you should become this heavily involved. That's why I insisted to Pascal that he should explain our entire plan to you immediately in the event of something happening to me. And as he has informed me, that is exactly what he did, right? This gave you the chance to choose your own level of involvement. You went above and beyond what I could have expected. I'm truly impressed and forever indebted to you. You eye Pascal intently. Explain everything indeed. Pascal is smiling at you and winks. He was toying with you all along. However, nothing would have changed the present. Armitage is alive and all is well again. That is, unless you did not sign the Black Book. Did you? I think this should say, unless you did sign the Black Book. The path. The path he outlines below is the path he deems it necessary for you to take in order to stop the order. Pascal all along was going to save Armitage if you didn't. Multiple paths to gaining most of the items you need to fully resolve this case. The following 10 locations will be used to calculate your score. So in other words, you could have done it in 10, so you get penalized if it takes you more. All right, where would we have found Armitage? At the library. And you can visit Dan Dyer. Weird. Okay, well, case 8, Pascal's Wager. Let's take our 5-minute break and come back and discuss the case. Our thoughts, I'd love to hear what you think. Where does this rank in the rest of the cases we've played? Good parts, bad parts, any criticism, suggestions? I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, time for our final thoughts about Case 8, the last case in Mythos tale called Pascal's Wager. Let's check in and see what the channel thought. John says, should we check and see if there's an entry for the unseen owl? There are a lot of entries that we didn't read. We might want to look at those at the end. Let's talk about the case a bit, and then we'll look at them. John says, overall, I'm pretty positive on this case. It had a good sense of tension throughout, had ominous feeling in the background, fewer creepier moments than some of the previous cases. DJ says, good final case, high stakes, no super frustrating parts. Biggest complaint was not having entries for things that were very reasonable to want to investigate. Jonathan says, I do think the sort of web design led to a few frustrating moments in the second half, like redundant information from the cult leader and 2 of the 3 people on the list. Wound up going down both paths to get the pendant, but the end was very fun. I do think we got on one of the better paths through the case, and it has the same problem with most cases in this set, where some early leads could give too much away and feel redundant. Isara says, this was my first time experiencing this type of investigation. Thought it was quite interesting, kind of shows how the power of choice is impactful. Really liked the narrative. I'd like to hear where you guys who have played this whole box with me would rank this. Let me talk a little bit about my thoughts. I think overall, I would rank this as my favorite of the cases in the box. Although I do think there are some caveats to that. So I would say the experience we had playing this case is my favorite experience of all of the other cases. One interesting thing is this felt much more like in many ways, a sort of standard police procedural. The supernatural elements were there, but they were very minimal. And I think Jonathan points out one weakness in that one of the pleasures of this set of cases is that scary feeling of madness of H.P. Lovecraft, Cthulhu, sort of mind not being able to understand the workings of the old ones and the monstrous things in the world. This didn't have that. There were technically some of these elements, but it didn't really affect us. We were sort of running this case as a PI and handling it without much fear and just a little bit of confusion. Having said that, I think the pacing was terrific. It's probably one of the only cases that we came down right to the wire and ended the case precisely on our last turn, basically, and got a really, really exciting photo finish ending where we just managed to do everything right and got a great ending. Incredibly satisfying. But I do think we have to recognize that it's a double-edged sword. The issue of having a tight timeline and only having enough time to do certain things is part of what's responsible for giving us such a suspenseful, exciting end. But you could absolutely see how a group could be very frustrated with this case and get a bad ending, basically through no fault of their own. And I think if it's only the fact that we played this game enough, and we do a tiny bit of cheating. The real rules say when you go to a place, if there's nothing there, that should count against your time. If we had done that, we would have had 2 less turns or so, and we wouldn't have been able to win the case, even though we knew what to do. And there were a couple choices we made, like going to Armitage's house, that had we not, and we debated about it, had we not, we wouldn't have had the final thing to complete the ending. It's a very interesting philosophical problem. On one hand, all of those facts are what led us to have such a fantastic, nail-biting ending. But those same facts that provided us with such a wonderful ending would easily end up being that 50% of the people who play are going to get a bad ending. So I don't know the solution to that. But you have to say that it's hard to beat the suspense that the time limit creates in this game. We had so many hard decisions that we debated over. Do we have time to go rescue him? Do we have time to visit this person? And all of that is meaningful because of the time limit. And since we're working on designing a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective inspired game, I think we really have to face this head on and say, boy, with a time limit, so much tension is added. So much interesting decision making is forced on you when you have a time limit. And how do we capture that? How do we get the benefits of that without the drawbacks of making the game fragile? And I'm not sure I know the total answer, but I do feel like this Mythos Tales has shown us how powerful that time limit can be in terms of creating tension and stress and interesting decisions. And it does make me need to revisit this idea that there are real trade-offs in getting rid of that. John says some of the best debating throughout the cases in terms of deciding where to go. Jonathan said, didn't have the most interesting mystery setup, not exactly horror type tension. I put it in the top 3. One of the missed opportunities here was something Jonathan picked up about the postman. That's one of the little flaws in this. I feel like if you had more playtesting, that might have occurred to you. Like if you watched a couple groups make the brilliant insight that Jonathan had about maybe the postman dropped his necklace, that might have been something that occurred to you if you watched your playtesters group. That was a missed opportunity for something very clever. One of the real enjoyments of these games is when you get to feel clever. And Jonathan came up with a really beautiful, beautiful observation and theory. And it was a shame that that turned out not to be the case. And we ended up with 2 pendants. That really was a shame. Missed opportunity. But overall, this felt like a very tight, clean police detective case. I'll tell you another thing that I really liked about this, which I do think is sort of easier to reproduce, but this case showed how fun it is that there were a couple elements here that were psychological decisions. One was, do we trust Pascal? And what's his role? Did he set up Armitage? Is he working with us? Can we trust him? That was a wonderful question. And it wasn't like a yes or no question. It was more like, okay, you're going to play the rest of the game, but you better think hard about what you're doing in the back of your mind, whether you trust Pascal. And in the beginning, I was like, I trust him. And then I started thinking, wait a minute, maybe he set up this whole thing. And that was a cool aspect of this, that we always had this little psychological question in the back of our mind. And in fact, in multiple ways throughout this case, there was a little voice in the back of our mind, like, are we being played as pawns? That's a feature of a bunch of these horror noir type games, or movies and stories. There's this niggling feeling like, are we pawns in some bigger machine, and are we helping them? Like when we started getting those notes about Armitage, we started worrying, like, are we doing the bidding? Are we leading this guy into Armitage's house? That was a really fun thing because it really makes you second guess everything. Like, is every clue planted? Are you being used? That was a really nice element. And then the little horror psychology thing when we early on met this dark figure and he's like, hey, I can save your guy. You just sign the book, you give the selfless act, and you owe me something, but I save Armitage. I mean, when we played it, we were like, no, we're not signing that book. The guy's 84 years old. We're not going to sacrifice ourselves for him. But then near the end, it seemed to double down on this idea of like, well, maybe you sign the book, you avert a whole world war, you save the universe. but you sacrifice a little debt you owe to this creepy thing. That was a fun thing because it let us have some agency, right? Like we were saying, no, our philosophy of life is going to be, we don't sign the Nyarlathotep's book. We're not going to do it. To hell with the world. And it's fun to have some agency. In addition to solving mysteries, we got some agency that had consequences. Maybe Armitage was going to lose his life. That could have happened. We could have gotten to the end and Armitage could have died because we wouldn't sign that book. But it was nice to have some control over that. But Jonathan points out, like we've seen with many of these cases, there are some unexplained details. Like, where did the notes come from? How did Pascal find Armitage? There are some details unexplained here. And a couple little bugs, but minor. And it's okay in this world to not understand everything. I also thought of all of the cases we've played with these requirement cards and using them as sort of like an adventure game. This one was the most satisfying, like getting the tattoo, getting the pendant. We could feel, okay, we're progressing. We're building up our supplies, our inventory for this showdown. And it was fun to have this showdown that we knew was coming. We could feel it a mile away, building to this, and we were trying to get all our ducks in a row to have this showdown. And it was quite clever how the first time you go into the warehouse, it gives you a chance. He's like, there's this dog, whatever. Are you sure you want to go in? And we should say that the runes on the door and the Dream Arkham, I mean, it made more sense than most of these cases. Like, it made a little bit of sense. Like, they were in the dream world, but they were outside the warehouse, and they couldn't get in because of these ruins, magical ruins that were placed on the guy to protect it. And it was only the fact that we went to Dream Arkham only after we got in. So that was pretty cool. The only thing maybe I would criticize there is it didn't give us a choice. It basically said, hey, if you have the Nocturne, you can drink it now if you want. If you don't, then you end the case. So it was like we didn't have to talk about whether we should drink it. And maybe that would have been more enjoyable if we felt some agency into making that decision. And it seems like that would have been in keeping with the spirit of the mechanics of the game if it actually gave us a choice there. John says, I think you're right that this case probably worked closest to how the designer intended for us to play. Yeah, I think that's right. DJ says, anyone have a guess who hit us on the head and why? That's a great question. That's one of those unsolved things. It's interesting to hear Isara's take, because Isara, this is the first experience with this type of investigation. I think this game has reinforced for me, we've been playing a lot of puzzle games in the last year with some narrative, whether the Deadbolt Mystery Society games. I enjoy those. But this is where my heart is, these Sherlock Holmes consulting detective style deduction games. They don't always work as well as this one, but to me, this is more enjoyable than solving the puzzles. While you guys are giving some more thoughts, I wonder if we might not glance at some of the things we didn't read. One of the more, there's a lot of entries we haven't read. Typically, when we play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, before we try to solve it, we've read everything. There are a lot of entries in the Mythos Tales games that never get read because of the tight time limits. So a different group might encounter this completely different. So look, here's the entry if you take the bus. Darkman told you to take a bus to Innsmouth. Was this his way of getting rid of you for some time? One ticket to Innsmouth, you tell the counter lady. One way, or are you returning? I hope I'm returning. You hope? She hands you a ticket and you board the bus, which soon departs. After an hour and a half of traveling, the bus stops and a man calls out, "Dark wind, pass." You look out the window, you're in the countryside. He yells again, "I'm told one passenger gets off here, so get off." You look out the window, you see a footpath. Hey, I was paid by an old bloated woman to make sure you got off. She said you were a little off in the head. He's looking at you. Okay, come on, I'll help you. So he doesn't give you a choice. Once you get on the bus, you're stuck. You can't change your mind. You get off. What do? Do you call him? How are you going to get back? Sudden wind blows you down. You hear the dark man say, before I answer your questions, you must sign your name. I'm here. That's what commits me to the deal. I'm not signing your book. That is correct, he says. Although you can't see his face, you know he's smiling. The book is open before you, and without you moving a muscle, you see your name suddenly appear in blood. I will call upon you one day wherein you will grant me a favor in return. You see how simple this is? Your body trembles. With a blinding flash, you find yourself in a dark room. Read entry 2 in the supplemental. All right, so let's jump to the supplemental. You find yourself in Armitage's old office. It's empty. You hear scraping, shuffling. Couple outside walks by, heart beating fast. You discover him bound and muffled in front of the fireplace. Armitage. Don't speak, I'm here. You cut the rope. He gulps air. Have you stopped the Order of the Rising Star? If not, let's see. What day is this? We should still have time. What do you mean, you ask? You help him to his feet. You give him a glass of water. Don't believe I was forced. Use your wits. The Order is highly elusive. I could think of no better way to get a pendant than to allow myself to be abducted. I did fail on that front. I discovered something worse. The Order saw me personally coming after them. They've taken action to protect their rituals. Is there still time? Do you need a pendant? Did you find one? You also need Nocturne. And you must have the tattoo. So basically, if you make the deal, it just tells you how to solve it. So you make the deal, it basically gives you all the instructions of what to do, and you solve Armitage, and it says go back, and he tells you to go to the warehouse with these 3 things. So if you had done that, if you had made a deal with Nyarlathotep, then you would have saved Armitage, and he would have told you exactly what to do and where to go. It would guarantee you get the good full answer and solution. Weird, huh? Okay, so you could have saved him somehow, other ways. Lots of entries we never saw. I'm curious what the unvisited isle would have been. Let's take a look at that. Guess what? No entry for unvisited isle. We were never going there. I think this does point out a weakness of the tight time limit thing, and really makes it all the more bizarre that you get punished if you go to a place where there's no information. It would make much more sense if you don't get penalized if you go to a place with no information. Then the designers should be careful not to put entries that aren't useful. That way you don't waste time. So they sort of got the worst of all worlds with that. John says, I think you're right. The case probably worked closely. This was more straightforward than the other cases. If you just followed the main clues and didn't go off track, it would be reasonable to finish in time. Jonathan Warner says, some highlights from the box, figuring out it was a vampire hunting it down with Greg, taking a creepy boat ride to the abandoned schooner, the setup of the weird snake murders. And we still have 2 more cases to play, which now I feel like, well, maybe this would have been a high note to end on. I'm a little scared to play more of these cases, but I think we will. Don't forget Greg getting instantly hooked on the Nocturne. Well, I love all the different mechanics that the game has introduced as we play. It's been pretty impressive. Any other final thoughts before we end this stream? Sounds like you guys enjoyed playing this with Greg. Highlight the night that Greg showed up at the door unexpected. John says, I did find this box overall more enjoyable than I thought I might at first. I really do think it points out that the occult supernatural theming of Sherlock Holmes consulting detective is very compelling. And Tina says, yes, I don't know why it has such a bad rep. Oh, that is absolutely true. That bears repeating. This box of games doesn't have a good reputation. And I think for the most part, it's people upset almost entirely about the errata. And maybe people who haven't played it through and are rightfully complaining about the errata. There's lots of errata. But I really think we've played it now. I'm not sure we encountered any errata that was that serious, any mistakes that were that serious. And this is a generous box of 9 cases that are very experimentally interesting in terms of mechanics, very inventive, some really creepy moments, a little more fragile than I would hope. You could definitely have bad experiences here, but this box absolutely deserves to be recognized as a very good box in the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective family, and rare in terms of the material, the atmosphere, the theme, the H.P. Lovecraft. It actually very well captures that. And no one should read a review or read comments about it and say, oh, it's no good. This is absolutely a good box. Absolutely worth playing if you like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And could have skirted by without trying any of these new mechanics, without trying this tight time to make it stressful. And there's a lot of good writing in here, a lot of writing that one group might not see over another. You might try playing a case more than once to get it done in time. I really think this box does deserve to be thought of as a really good box. All right, well, let's wrap it up here. Real pleasure playing with this group. This was a real team effort again. Always a pleasure to play with this group. Stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link on the YouTube About page or the Discord, and help us decide what we're going to play this weekend and maybe over Halloween. I'll talk to you next time.